Who Rules the World? By Noam Chomsky. Audiobook by The Learner's Library. Introduction. Chapter 1. The Responsibility of Intellectuals, Redux. Chapter 2. Terrorists Wanted the World Over. Chapter 3. The Torture Memos and Historical Amnesia. Chapter 4. The Invisible Hand of Power. Chapter 5. American Decline, Causes and Consequences. Chapter 6. Is America Over? Chapter 7. Magna Carta, Its Fate, and Ours. Introduction. The question raised by the title of this book cannot have a simple and definite answer. The world is too varied, too complex, for that to be possible. But it is not hard to recognize the sharp differences in ability to shape world affairs, and to identify the more prominent and influential actors. Among states, since the end of World War II, the United States has been by far the first among unequals, and remains so. It still largely sets the terms for global discourse, ranging from such concerns as Israel-Palestine, Iran, Latin America, the War on Terror, International Economic Organization, Rights and Justice, and others like them to the ultimate issues of survival of civilization, nuclear war and environmental destruction. Its power, however, has been diminishing since it reached a historically unprecedented peak in 1945. And with the inevitable decline, Washington's power is to some extent shared within the de facto world government of the masters of the universe, to borrow the terms of the business press, referring to the leading state capitalist powers, the G7 countries, along with the institutions they control in the new imperial age, such as the International Monetary Fund and the global trade organizations. The masters of the universe are of course very far from representative of the populations of the dominant powers. Even in the more democratic states, the populations have only limited impact on policy decisions. In the United States, prominent researchers have produced compelling evidence that economic elites and organized groups representing business interests have substantial independent impacts on U.S. government policy, while average citizens and mass-based interest groups have little or no independent influence. The results of their studies, the authors conclude, provide substantial support for theories of economic elite domination and for theories of biased pluralism, but not for theories of majoritarian electoral democracy or majoritarian pluralism. Other studies have demonstrated that the large majority of the population, at the lower end of the income/wealth scale, are effectively excluded from the political system, their opinions and attitudes ignored by their formal representatives, while a tiny sector at the top has overwhelming influence, and that over a long period. Campaign funding is a remarkably good predictor of policy choices. One consequence is so-called apathy, not bothering to vote. It has a significant class correlation. Likely reasons were discussed 35 years ago by one of the leading scholars of electoral politics, Walter Dean Burnham. He related abstention to a crucial comparative peculiarity of the American political system: the total absence of a socialist or laborite mass party as an organized competitor in the electoral market, which, he argued, accounts for much of the class-skewed abstention rates, as well as the downplaying of policy options that may be supported by the general population but are opposed to elite interests. The observations reach to the present. In a close analysis of the 2014 election, Burnham and Thomas Ferguson show that rates of voting recall the earliest days of the 19th century, when voting rights were virtually restricted to propertied free males. They conclude that Both direct poll evidence and common sense confirm that huge numbers of Americans are now wary of both major political parties, and increasingly upset about prospects in the long term. Many are convinced that a few big interests control policy. They crave effective action to reverse long-term economic decline and runaway economic inequality, but nothing on the scale required will be offered to them by either of America's money-driven major parties. This is likely only to accelerate the disintegration of the political system evident in the 2014 congressional elections. In Europe, the decline of democracy is no less striking, as decision-making on crucial issues is shifted to the Brussels bureaucracy and the financial powers that it largely represents. Their contempt for democracy was revealed in the savage reaction in July 2015 to the very idea that the people of Greece might have a voice in determining the fate of their society, shattered by the brutal austerity policies of the Troika, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, specifically the IMF's political actors, not its economists, who have been critical of the destructive policies. These austerity policies were imposed with the stated goal of reducing Greece's debt. Yet they have in fact increased the debt relative to GDP, while Greek social fabric has been torn to shreds, and Greece has served as a funnel to transmit bailouts to French and German banks that made risky loans. There are few surprises here. Class war, typically one-sided, has a long and bitter history. At the dawn of the modern state capitalist era, Adam Smith condemned the masters of mankind of his day, the merchants and manufacturers of England, who were by far the principal architects of policy, and who made sure their own interests were most peculiarly attended to, no matter how grievous the effect on others, primarily the victims of their savage injustice abroad, but much of the population of England as well. The neoliberal era of the past generation has added its own touches to this classic picture, with the masters drawn from the top ranks of increasingly monopolized economies, the gargantuan and often predatory financial institutions, the multinationals protected by state power, and the political figures who largely represent their interests. Meanwhile, scarcely a day passes without new reports of ominous scientific discoveries about the pace of environmental destruction. It is not too comforting to read that, in the middle latitudes of the Northern Hemisphere, average temperatures are increasing at a rate that is equivalent to moving south about 10 meters, 30 feet, each day, a rate about 100 times faster than most climate change that we can observe in the geological record, and perhaps 1,000 times faster, according to other technical studies. No less grim is the growing threat of nuclear war. The well-informed former Defense Secretary William Perry, no Cassandra, regards the probability of a nuclear calamity as higher today than during the Cold War, when escape from unimaginable disaster was a near miracle. Meanwhile, the great powers doggedly pursue their programs of national insecurity, in the apt phrase of longtime CIA analyst Melvin Goodman. Perry is also one of those specialists who called on President Obama to kill the new cruise missile, a nuclear weapon with improved targeting and lower yield that might encourage limited nuclear war, quickly escalating by familiar dynamics to utter disaster. Worse yet, the new missile has both nuclear and non-nuclear variants, so that a foe under attack might assume the worst and overreact, initiating nuclear war. But there is little reason to expect that the advice will be heeded, as the Pentagon's planned trillion-dollar enhancement of nuclear weapons systems proceeds apace, while lesser powers take their own steps towards Armageddon. The foregoing remarks seem to me to sketch a fair approximation to the cast of primary characters. The chapters that follow seek to explore the question of who rules the world, how they proceed in their efforts, and where these lead, and how the underlying populations, to borrow Thorstein Veblen's useful phrase, may hope to overcome the power of business and nationalist doctrine and become, in his words, alive and fit to live. There is not much time. 1. The responsibility of intellectuals, Redux. Before thinking about the responsibility of intellectuals, it is worth clarifying to whom we are referring. The concept of intellectuals in the modern sense gained prominence with the 1898 Manifesto of the Intellectuals, produced by the Dreyfusards, who, inspired by Émile Zola's open letter of protest to France's president, condemned both the framing of French artillery officer Alfred Dreyfus for treason and the subsequent military cover-up. The Dreyfusard stance conveys the image of intellectuals as defenders of justice, confronting power with courage and integrity. But they were hardly seen that way at the time. A minority of the educated classes, the Dreyfusards were bitterly condemned in the mainstream of intellectual life, in particular by prominent figures among the immortals of the strongly anti-Dreyfusard Académie Française. As sociologist Stephen Lukes writes, to the novelist, politician, and anti-Dreyfusard leader Maurice Barrès, Dreyfusards were anarchists of the lecture platform. To another of these immortals, Ferdinand Brunetière, the very word intellectual is signified, one of the most ridiculous eccentricities of our time, I mean the pretension of raising writers, scientists, professors and philologists to the rank of supermen, who dare to treat our generals as idiots, our social institutions as absurd and our traditions as unhealthy. Who then were the intellectuals? The minority inspired by Zola, who was sentenced to jail for libel and fled the country, or the immortals of the Academy? The question resonates through the ages, in one form or another. Intellectuals, two categories. One answer came during World War I, when prominent intellectuals on all sides lined up enthusiastically in support of their own states. In their Manifesto of the 93, leading figures in one of the world's most enlightened states called on the West to have faith in us. Believe that we shall carry on this war to the end as a civilized nation, to whom the legacy of a Goethe, a Beethoven, and a Kant is just as sacred as its own hearths and homes. Their counterparts on the other side of the intellectual trenches matched them in enthusiasm for the noble cause, but went beyond in self-adulation. In the New Republic they proclaimed that the effective and decisive work on behalf of the war has been accomplished by a class which must be comprehensively but loosely described as the intellectuals. These progressives believed they were ensuring that the United States entered the war under the influence of a moral verdict reached, after the utmost deliberation by the more thoughtful members of the community. They were, in fact, the victims of concoctions of the British Ministry of Information, which secretly sought to direct the thought of most of the world, but particularly to direct the thought of American progressive intellectuals who might help to whip a pacifist country into war fever. John Dewey was impressed by the great psychological and educational lesson of the war, which proved that human beings, more precisely, the intelligent men of the community, can take hold of human affairs and manage them, deliberately and intelligently, to achieve the end sought. It took Dewey only a few years to shift from responsible intellectual of World War I to anarchist of the lecture platform, denouncing the unfree press, and questioning how far genuine intellectual freedom and social responsibility are possible on any large scale, under the existing economic regime. Not everyone towed the line so obediently, of course. Notable figures such as Bertrand Russell, Eugene Debs, Rosa Luxemburg, and Karl Liebknecht were, like Zola, sentenced to prison. Debs was punished with particular severity, a 10-year prison term for raising questions about President Wilson's war for democracy and human rights. Wilson refused him amnesty after the war ended, though President Harding finally relented. Some dissidents, such as Thorstein Veblen, were chastised but treated less harshly. Veblen was fired from his position in the Food Administration after preparing a report showing that the shortage of farm labor could be overcome by ending Wilson's brutal persecution of unions, specifically the industrial workers of the world. Randolph Bourne was dropped by the progressive journals after criticizing the League of Benevolently Imperialistic Nations and their exalted endeavors. The pattern of praise and punishment is a familiar one throughout history. Those who line up in the service of the state are typically praised by the general intellectual community, and those who refuse to line up in service of the state are punished. In later years, the two categories of intellectuals were distinguished more explicitly by prominent scholars. The ridiculous eccentrics are termed value-oriented intellectuals, who pose a challenge to democratic government which is, potentially at least, as serious as those posed in the past by aristocratic cliques, fascist movements, and communist parties. Among other misdeeds, these dangerous creatures who devote themselves to the derogation of leadership, the challenging of authority, and even confront the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young. Some sink so far as to doubt the nobility of war aims, like Bourne. This castigation of the miscreants who defy authority and the established order was delivered by the scholars of the Liberal Internationalist Trilateral Commission. The Carter administration was largely drawn from their ranks, in their 1975 study The Crisis of Democracy. Like the New Republic progressives during the First World War, they extend the concept of intellectual beyond Brunetière to include the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals, responsible and serious thinkers who devote themselves to the constructive work of shaping policy within established institutions, and to ensuring that indoctrination of the young proceeds on course. What particularly alarmed the trilateral scholars was the excess of democracy during the time of troubles, the 1960s, when normally passive and apathetic parts of the population entered the political arena to advance their concerns. Minorities, women, the young, the old, working people, in short, the population, sometimes called the special interests. They are to be distinguished from those whom Adam Smith called the masters of mankind, who are the principal architects of government policy and who pursue their vile maxim, all for ourselves and nothing for other people. The role of the masters in the political arena is not deplored, or discussed, in the trilateral volume, presumably because the masters represent the national interest, like those who applauded themselves for leading the country to war, after the utmost deliberation by the more thoughtful members of the community had reached its moral verdict. To overcome the excessive burden imposed on the state by the special interests, the trilateralists called for more moderation in democracy, a return to passivity on the part of the less deserving, perhaps even a return to the happy days when Truman had been able to govern the country with the cooperation of a relatively small number of Wall Street lawyers and bankers, and democracy therefore flourished. The trilateralists could well have claimed that they were adhering to the original intent of the Constitution, intrinsically an aristocratic document designed to check the democratic tendencies of the period, by delivering power to a better sort of people and barring those who were not rich, well-born, or prominent from exercising political power, in the words of the historian Gordon Wood. In Madison's defense, however, we should recognize that his mentality was pre-capitalist. In determining that power should be in the hands of the wealth of the nation, the more capable set of men, He envisioned those men on the model of the enlightened statesman and benevolent philosopher of the imagined Roman world. They would be pure and noble, men of intelligence, patriotism, property, and independent circumstances, whose wisdom may best discern the true interest of their country, and whose patriotism and love of justice will be least likely to sacrifice it to temporary or partial considerations. So endowed, these men would refine and enlarge the public views, guarding the public interest against the mischiefs of democratic majorities. In a similar vein, the progressive Wilsonian intellectuals might have taken comfort in the discoveries of the behavioral sciences, explained in 1939 by the psychologist and education theorist Edward Thorndike. It is the great good fortune of mankind that there is a substantial correlation between intelligence and morality, including goodwill toward one's fellows. Consequently, our superiors in ability are on the average our benefactors, and it is often safer to trust our interests to them than to ourselves. A comforting doctrine, though some might feel that Adam Smith had the sharper eye. Reversing the values. The distinction between the two categories of intellectuals provides the framework for determining the responsibility of intellectuals. The phrase is ambiguous. Does it refer to their moral responsibility as decent human beings, in a position to use their privilege and status to advance the causes of freedom, justice, mercy, peace, and other such sentimental concerns? Or does it refer to the role they are expected to play as technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals, not derogating but serving leadership and established institutions? Since power generally tends to prevail, it is those in the latter category who are considered the responsible intellectuals, while the former are dismissed or denigrated, at home, that is. With regard to enemies, the distinction between the two categories of intellectuals is retained, but with values reversed. In the old Soviet Union, the value-oriented intellectuals were perceived by Americans as honored dissidents, while we had only contempt for the apparatchiks and commissars, the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals. Similarly, in Iran we honor the courageous dissidents and condemn those who defend the clerical establishment. And so on elsewhere generally. In this way, the honorable term a dissident is used selectively. It does not, of course, apply, with its favorable connotations, to value-oriented intellectuals at home or to those who combat U.S.-supported tyranny abroad. Take the interesting case of Nelson Mandela, who was only removed from the official State Department terrorist list in 2008, allowing him to travel to the United States without special authorization. 20 years earlier, he was the criminal leader of one of the world's more notorious terrorist groups, according to a Pentagon report. That is why President Reagan had to support the apartheid regime, increasing trade with South Africa in violation of congressional sanctions and supporting South Africa's depredations in neighboring countries, which led, according to a UN study, to 1.5 million deaths. That was only one episode in the war on terrorism that Reagan declared to combat the plague of the modern age, or, as Secretary of State George Shultz had it, a return to barbarism in the modern age. We may add hundreds of thousands of corpses in Central America and tens of thousands more in the Middle East, among other achievements. Small wonder that the great communicator is worshipped by Hoover Institution scholars as a colossus whose spirit seems to stride the country, watching us like a warm and friendly ghost. The Latin American case is revealing. Those who called for freedom and justice in Latin America are not admitted to the pantheon of honored dissidents. For example, a week after the fall of the Berlin Wall, 6 leading Latin American intellectuals, all Jesuit priests, had their heads blown off on the direct orders of the Salvadoran High Command. The perpetrators were from an elite battalion armed and trained by Washington that had already left a gruesome trail of blood and terror. The murdered priests are not commemorated as honored dissidents, nor are others like them throughout the hemisphere. Honored dissidents are those who called for freedom in enemy domains in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, and those thinkers certainly suffered, but not remotely like their counterparts in Latin America. This assertion is not seriously in question, as John Coatsworth writes in the Cambridge History of the Cold War. From 1960 to the Soviet collapse in 1990, the numbers of political prisoners, torture victims, and executions of non-violent political dissenters in Latin America vastly exceeded those in the Soviet Union and its East European satellites. Among the executed were many religious martyrs, and there were mass slaughters as well, consistently supported or initiated by Washington. Why then the distinction? It might be argued that what happened in Eastern Europe matters far more than the fate of the global South at our hands. It would be interesting to see that argument spelled out, and also to see the argument explaining why we should disregard elementary moral principles in thinking about U.S. involvement in foreign affairs, among them that we should focus our efforts on where we can do the most good, typically, where we share responsibility for what is being done. We have no difficulty demanding that our enemies follow such principles. Few of us care, or should, what Andrei Sakharov or Shireen Ebadi says about U.S. or Israeli crimes. We admire them for what they say and do about those of their own states, and this conclusion holds far more strongly for those who live in more free and democratic societies, and therefore have far greater opportunities to act effectively. It is of some interest that, in the most respected circles, the practice is virtually the opposite of what elementary moral values dictate. The U.S. wars in Latin America from 1960 to 1990, quite apart from their horrors, have long-term historical significance. To consider just one important aspect, they were in no small measure wars against the Catholic Church, undertaken to crush a terrible heresy proclaimed at Vatican II in 1962. At that time, Pope John XXIII ushered in a new era in the history of the Catholic Church, in the words of the distinguished theologian Hans Kung, restoring the teachings of the Gospels that had been put to rest in the 4th century when the Emperor Constantine established Christianity as the religion of the Roman Empire, thereby instituting a revolution that converted the persecuted church to a persecuting church. The heresy of Vatican II was taken up by Latin American bishops, who adopted the preferential option for the poor. Priests, nuns, and laypersons then brought the radical pacifist message of the Gospels to the poor, helping them organize to ameliorate their bitter fate in the domains of U.S. power. That same year, 1962, President John F. Kennedy made several critical decisions. One was to shift the mission of the militaries of Latin America from hemispheric defense, an anachronism from World War II, to internal security, in effect, war against the domestic population, if they raised their heads. Charles Machling, Jr., who led U.S. counterinsurgency and internal defense planning from 1961 to 1966, describes the unsurprising consequences of the 1962 decision as a shift from toleration of the rapacity and cruelty of the Latin American military to direct complicity in their crimes, to U.S. support for the methods of Heinrich Himmler's extermination squads. One major initiative was a military coup in Brazil, backed by Washington and implemented shortly after Kennedy's assassination, that instituted a murderous and brutal national security state there. The plague of repression then spread through the hemisphere, encompassing the 1973 coup that installed the Pinochet dictatorship in Chile and later the most vicious of all, the Argentine dictatorship, Ronald Reagan's favorite Latin American regime. Central America's turn, not for the first time, came in the 1980s under the leadership of the warm and friendly ghost of the Hoover Institution scholars, who is now revered for his achievements. The murder of the Jesuit intellectuals as the Berlin Wall fell was a final blow in defeating the heresy of liberation theology, the culmination of a decade of horror in El Salvador that opened with the assassination, by much the same hands, of Archbishop Oscar Romero, a voice for the voiceless. The victors in the war against the Church declared their responsibility with pride. The School of the Americas, since renamed, famous for its training of Latin American killers, announced as one of its talking points that the liberation theology initiated at Vatican II was defeated with the assistance of the U.S. Army. Actually, the November 1989 assassinations were almost a final blow. More effort was yet needed. A year later, Haiti had its first free election, and to the surprise and shock of Washington, which had anticipated an easy victory for its own candidate, handpicked from the privileged elite, the organized public in the slums and hills elected Jean-Bertrand Aristide, a popular priest committed to liberation theology. The United States at once moved to undermine the elected government and, after the military coup that overthrew it a few months later, lent substantial support to the vicious military junta and its elite supporters who took power. Trade with Haiti was increased, in violation of international sanctions, and increased further under President Clinton, who also authorized the Texaco Oil Company to supply the murderous rulers, in defiance of his own directives. I will skip the disgraceful aftermath, amply reviewed elsewhere, except to point out that in 2004, the two traditional torturers of Haiti, France and the United States, joined by Canada, forcefully intervened once more, kidnapped President Aristide, who had been elected again, and shipped him off to Central Africa. Aristide and his party were then effectively barred from the farcical 2010-11 elections, the most recent episode in a horrendous history that goes back hundreds of years and is barely known among those responsible for the crimes, who prefer tales of dedicated efforts to save the suffering people from their grim fate. Another fateful Kennedy decision in 1962 was to send a Special Forces mission, led by General William Yarborough, to Colombia. Yarborough advised the Colombian security forces to undertake paramilitary, sabotage and/or terrorist activities against known communist proponents, activities that should be backed by the United States. The meaning of the phrase, communist proponents, was spelled out by the respected president of the Colombian Permanent Committee for Human Rights, former Minister of Foreign Affairs Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, who wrote that the Kennedy administration took great pains to transform our regular armies into counterinsurgency brigades, accepting the new strategy of the death squads, ushering in what is known in Latin America as the national security doctrine. Not defense against an external enemy, but a way to make the military establishment the masters of the game. With the right to combat the internal enemy, as set forth in the Brazilian doctrine, the Argentine doctrine, the Uruguayan doctrine, and the Colombian doctrine, it is the right to fight and to exterminate social workers, trade unionists, men and women who are not supportive of the establishment, and who are assumed to be communist extremists. And this could mean anyone, including human rights activists such as myself. Vázquez Carrizosa was living under heavy guard in his Bogotá residence when I visited him there in 2002, as part of a mission of Amnesty International, which was opening its year-long campaign to protect human rights defenders in Colombia in response to the country's horrifying record of attacks against human rights and labor activists, and mostly the usual victims of state terror, the poor and defenseless. Terror and torture in Colombia were supplemented by chemical warfare, fumigation, in the countryside under the pretext of the war on drugs, leading to misery and a huge flight of the survivors to urban slums. Colombia's Attorney General's office now estimates that more than 140,000 people have been killed by paramilitaries, often acting in close collaboration with the U.S.-funded military. Signs of the slaughter are everywhere. In 2010, on a nearly impassable dirt road to a remote village in southern Colombia, my companions and I passed a small clearing with many simple crosses marking the graves of victims of a paramilitary attack, on a local bus. Reports of the killings are graphic enough, spending a little time with the survivors, who are among the kindest and most compassionate people I have ever had the privilege of meeting, makes the picture more vivid, and only more painful. This is merely the briefest sketch of terrible crimes for which Americans bear substantial culpability, and that we could at the very least have easily ameliorated. But it is more gratifying to bask in praise for courageously protesting the abuses of official enemies, a fine activity, but not the priority of a value-oriented intellectual who takes the responsibilities of that stance seriously. The victims within our domains of power, unlike those in enemy states, are not merely ignored and quickly forgotten but are also cynically insulted. One striking illustration of this fact came a few weeks after the murder of the Latin American intellectuals in El Salvador, when Václav Havel visited Washington and addressed a joint session of Congress. Before his enraptured audience, Havel lauded the defenders of freedom in Washington who understood the responsibility that flowed from being the most powerful nation on earth, crucially, their responsibility for the brutal assassination of his Salvadoran counterparts shortly before. The liberal intellectual class was enthralled by his presentation. Havel reminded us that we live in a romantic age, Anthony Lewis gushed in the New York Times. Other prominent liberal commentators reveled in Havel's idealism, his irony, his humanity, as he preached a difficult doctrine of individual responsibility, while Congress obviously ached with respect for his genius and integrity and asked why America lacks intellectuals who elevate morality over self-interest in this way. We need not tarry on what the reaction would have been had Father Ignacio Ellacuria, the most prominent of the murdered Jesuit intellectuals, spoken such words at the Duma after elite forces armed and trained by the Soviet Union assassinated Havel and half a dozen of his associates, a performance that would, of course, have been inconceivable. Since we can scarcely see what is happening before our eyes, it is not surprising that events at a slight distance are utterly invisible. An instructive example: President Obama's dispatch of 79 commandos into Pakistan in May 2011 to carry out what was evidently a planned assassination of the prime suspect in the terrorist atrocities of 9/11, Osama bin Laden. Though the target of the operation, unarmed and with no protection, could easily have been apprehended, he was simply murdered and his body dumped at sea without an autopsy, an action that was just and necessary, we read in the liberal press. There would be no trial, as there was in the case of Nazi war criminals, a fact not overlooked by legal authorities abroad, who approved of the operation but objected to the procedure. As Harvard professor Elaine Scarry reminds us, the prohibition on assassination in international law traces back to a forceful denunciation of the practice by Abraham Lincoln, who condemned the call for assassination as international outlawry in 1863, an outrage which civilized nations view with horror and that merits the sternest retaliation. We have come a long way since then. There is much more to say about the bin Laden operation, including Washington's willingness to face a serious risk of major war and even the leakage of nuclear materials to jihadis, as I have discussed elsewhere. But let us keep to the choice of its nomenclature, Operation Geronimo. The name caused outrage in Mexico and was protested by indigenous groups in the United States. But there seems to have been no other notice of the fact that Obama was identifying bin Laden with the Apache Indian chief, who led his people's courageous resistance to invaders. The casual choice of the name is reminiscent of the ease with which we name our murder weapons after victims of our crimes: Apache, Blackhawk, Cheyenne. How would we have reacted if the Luftwaffe had called its fighter planes a Jew and a Gypsy? Denial of these heinous sins is sometimes explicit. To mention a few recent cases, 2 years ago in one of the leading left liberal intellectual journals, the New York Review of Books, Russell Baker outlined what he had learned from the work of the heroic historian Edmund Morgan, namely, that when Columbus and the early explorers arrived they found a continental vastness sparsely populated by farming and hunting people. In the limitless and unspoiled world stretching from tropical jungle to the frozen north, there may have been scarcely more than 1 million inhabitants. That calculation is off by many tens of millions, and the vastness included advanced civilizations throughout the continent. No reactions appeared, though 4 months later the editors issued a correction, noting that in North America there may have been as many as 18 million people, yet still unmentioned were tens of millions more, from tropical jungle to the frozen north. This was all well known decades ago, including the advanced civilizations and the crimes that were to come, but not important enough even for a casual phrase. In the London Review of Books a year later, the noted historian Mark Mazur mentioned American mistreatment of the Native Americans, again eliciting no comment. Would we accept the word mistreatment for comparable crimes committed by our enemies? The significance of 9/11. If the responsibility of intellectuals refers to their moral responsibility as decent human beings in a position to use their privilege and status to advance the causes of freedom, justice, mercy, and peace, and to speak out not simply about the abuses of our enemies but, far more significantly, about the crimes in which we are implicated and which we can ameliorate or terminate if we choose, how should we think of 9/11? The notion that 9/11 changed the world is widely held, and understandably so. The events of that day certainly had major consequences, domestic and international. One was to lead President Bush to redeclare Reagan's war on terrorism. The first one has been effectively disappeared. To borrow the phrase of our favorite Latin American killers and torturers, presumably because its results did not fit well with our preferred self-image. Another consequence was the invasion of Afghanistan and then Iraq, and more recently military interventions in several other countries in the region, as well as regular threats of an attack on Iran. All options are open, in the standard phrase. The costs, in every dimension, have been enormous. That suggests a rather obvious question, asked here not for the first time: was there an alternative? A number of analysts have observed that bin Laden won major successes in his war against the United States. He repeatedly asserted that the only way to drive the U.S. from the Muslim world and defeat its satraps was by drawing Americans into a series of small but expensive wars that would ultimately bankrupt them, the journalist Eric Margolis writes. The United States, first under George W. Bush and then Barack Obama, rushed right into bin Laden's trap. Grotesquely overblown military outlays and debt addiction may be the most pernicious legacy of the man who thought he could defeat the United States. A report from the Costs of War project at Brown University's Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs estimates that the final bill will be $3.2 to $4 trillion. Quite an impressive achievement by bin Laden. That Washington was intent on rushing into bin Laden's trap was evident at once. Michael Scheuer, the senior CIA analyst responsible for tracking bin Laden from 1996 to 1999, wrote, "Bin Laden has been precise in telling America the reasons he is waging war on us." The al-Qaeda leader, Scheuer continued, was out to drastically alter U.S. and Western policies toward the Islamic world. And, as Scheuer explains, bin Laden largely succeeded. U.S. forces and policies are completing the radicalization of the Islamic world, something Osama bin Laden has been trying to do with substantial but incomplete success since the early 1990s. As a result, I think it is fair to conclude that the United States of America remains bin Laden's only indispensable ally. Arguably, it remains so even after his death. There is good reason to believe that the jihadi movement could have been split and undermined after the 9/11 attack, which was criticized harshly within the movement. Furthermore, that crime against humanity, as it was rightly called, could have been approached as a crime, with an international operation to apprehend the likely suspects. That was recognized in the immediate aftermath of the attack, but no such idea was even considered by decision-makers in Washington. It seems no thought was given to the Taliban's tentative offer, how serious an offer we cannot know, to present the al-Qaeda leaders for a judicial proceeding. At the time, I quoted Robert Fisk's conclusion that the horrendous crime of 9/11 was committed with wickedness and awesome cruelty, an accurate judgment. The crimes could have been even worse. Suppose that Flight 93, downed by courageous passengers in Pennsylvania, had hit the White House, killing the president. Suppose that the perpetrators of the crime planned to, and did, impose a military dictatorship that killed thousands and tortured tens of thousands. Suppose the new dictatorship established, with the support of the criminals, an international terror center that helped install similar torture and terror states elsewhere, and, as the icing on the cake, brought in a team of economists, call them the Kandahar Boys, who quickly drove the economy into one of the worst depressions in its history. That, plainly, would have been a lot worse than 9/11. As we all should know, this is not a thought experiment. It happened. I am, of course, referring to what in Latin America is often called the first 9/11, September 11, 1973, when the United States succeeded in its intensive efforts to overthrow the democratic government of Salvador Allende in Chile, via the military coup that placed General Augusto Pinochet's ghastly regime in office. The dictatorship then installed the Chicago Boys, economists trained at the University of Chicago, to reshape Chile's economy. Consider the economic destruction and the torture and kidnappings, and multiply the numbers killed by 25 to yield per capita equivalents, and you will see just how much more devastating the first 9/11 was. The goal of the overthrow, in the words of the Nixon administration, was to kill the virus that might encourage all those foreigners who are out to screw us by trying to take over their own resources and, more generally, to pursue a policy of independent development along lines disliked by Washington. In the background was the conclusion of Nixon's National Security Council that if the United States could not control Latin America, it could not expect to achieve a successful order elsewhere in the world. Washington's credibility would be undermined, as Henry Kissinger put it. The first 9/11, unlike the second, did not change the world. It was nothing of very great consequence, Kissinger assured his boss a few days later. And judging by how it figures in conventional history, his words can hardly be faulted, though the survivors may see the matter differently. These events of little consequence were not limited to the military coup that destroyed Chilean democracy and set in motion the horror story that followed. As already discussed, the first 9/11 was just one act in the drama that began in 1962, when Kennedy shifted the mission of the Latin American militaries to internal security. The shattering aftermath is also of little consequence, the familiar pattern when history is guarded by responsible intellectuals. Intellectuals and their choices. Returning to the two categories of intellectuals, it seems to be close to a historical universal that conformist intellectuals, the ones who support official aims and ignore or rationalize official crimes, are honored and privileged in their own societies, while the value-oriented are punished in one way or another. The pattern goes back to the earliest records. It was the man accused of corrupting the youth of Athens who drank the hemlock, much as Dreyfusards were accused of corrupting souls, and, in due course, society as a whole, and the value-oriented intellectuals of the 1960s were charged with interference with indoctrination of the young. In the Hebrew scriptures there are figures who by contemporary standards are dissident intellectuals, called prophets, in the English translation. They bitterly angered the establishment with their critical geopolitical analysis, their condemnation of the crimes of the powerful, their calls for justice and concern for the poor and suffering. King Ahab, the most evil of the kings, denounced the prophet Elijah as a hater of Israel, the first self-hating Jew, or anti-American, in the modern counterparts. The prophets were treated harshly, unlike the flatterers at the court, who would later be condemned as false prophets. The pattern is understandable. It would be surprising if it were otherwise. As for the responsibility of intellectuals, there does not seem to me to be much to say beyond some simple truths. Intellectuals are typically privileged, privilege yields opportunity, and opportunity confers responsibilities. An individual then has choices. 2. Terrorists wanted the world over. On February 13, 2008, Imad Mugniya, a senior commander of Hezbollah, was assassinated in Damascus. The world is a better place without this man in it, State Department spokesperson Sean McCormack said. One way or the other he was brought to justice. Director of National Intelligence Mike McConnell added that Mugniya had been responsible for more deaths of Americans and Israelis than any other terrorist with the exception of Osama bin Laden. Joy was unconstrained in Israel, too, as one of the U.S. and Israel's most wanted men was brought to justice, the London Financial Times reported. Under the headline, "A Militant Wanted the World Over," an accompanying story reported that Mugniya was superseded on the most wanted list by Osama bin Laden after September 11 and so ranked only second among the most wanted militants in the world. The terminology is accurate enough, according to the rules of Anglo-American discourse, which defines the world as the political class in Washington and London, and whoever happens to agree with them on specific matters. It is common, for example, to read that the world fully supported George Bush when he ordered the bombing of Afghanistan. That may be true of the world, but hardly of the world, as revealed in an international Gallup poll after the bombing was announced. Global support was slight. In Latin America, which has some experience with U.S. behavior, support ranged from 2% in Mexico to 16% in Panama, and that support was conditional upon the culprits being identified. They still weren't. 8 months later, the FBI reported, and civilian targets being spared, they were attacked at once. There was an overwhelming preference in the world for diplomatic/judicial measures, rejected out of hand by the world. Following the terror trail. If the world were extended to the world, we might find some other candidates for the honor of most hated arch-criminal. It is instructive to ask why this might be true. The Financial Times reported that most of the charges against Magna are unsubstantiated, but one of the very few times when his involvement can be ascertained with certainty is in the hijacking of a TWA plane in 1985 in which a U.S. Navy diver was killed. This was one of two terrorist atrocities that led newspaper editors, in a poll, to select terrorism in the Middle East as the top story of 1985. The other was the hijacking of the passenger liner Achille Lauro, in which a crippled American, Leon Klinghoffer, was brutally murdered. That reflects the judgment of the world. It may be that the world saw matters somewhat differently. The Achille Lauro hijacking was a retaliation for the bombing of Tunis ordered a week earlier by Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres. Among other atrocities, his air force killed 75 Tunisians and Palestinians with smart bombs that tore them to shreds, as vividly reported from the scene by the prominent Israeli journalist Amnon Kapiliok. Washington cooperated by failing to warn its ally Tunisia that the bombers were on the way, though the Sixth Fleet and U.S. intelligence could not have been unaware of the impending attack. Secretary of State George Shultz informed Israeli Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir that Washington had considerable sympathy for the Israeli action, which, to general approbation, he termed a legitimate response to terrorist attacks. A few days later, the UN Security Council unanimously denounced the bombing as an act of armed aggression, with the United States abstaining. Aggression is, of course, a far more serious crime than international terrorism. But giving the United States and Israel the benefit of the doubt, let us keep to the lesser charge against their leadership. A few days after, Peres went to Washington to consult with the leading international terrorist of the day, Ronald Reagan, who denounced the evil scourge of terrorism, again to general acclaim from the world. The terrorist attacks that Shultz and Peres offered as the pretext for the bombing of Tunis were the killings of 3 Israelis in Larnaca, Cyprus. The killers, as Israel conceded, had nothing to do with Tunis, though they might have had Syrian connections. Tunis was a preferable target, however, it was defenseless, unlike Damascus. And there was an extra benefit: more exiled Palestinians could be killed there. The Larnaca killings, in turn, were regarded as retaliation by the perpetrators. They were a response to regular Israeli hijackings in international waters in which many victims were killed, and many more kidnapped, commonly to be held for long periods without charge in Israeli prisons. The most notorious of these prisons has been the secret prison/torture chamber facility 1391. A good deal can be learned about it from the Israeli and foreign press. Such regular Israeli crimes are, of course, known to editors of the national press in the United States, and occasionally receive some casual mention. Klinghoffer's murder was properly viewed with horror and is very famous. It was the topic of an acclaimed opera and a made-for-TV movie, as well as much shocked commentary deploring the savagery of Palestinians, who have variously been deemed two-headed beasts. Prime Minister Menachem Begin, drugged roaches scurrying around in a bottle. Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff Rafal Eitan, like grasshoppers compared to us, whose heads should be smashed against the boulders and walls. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, or, more commonly, just Arabushim, the slang counterpart of kike or nigger. Thus, After a particularly depraved display of settler military terror and purposeful humiliation in the West Bank town of Halhul, in December 1982, which disgusted even Israeli hawks, the well-known military/political analyst Yoram Perry wrote in dismay that one task of the army today is to demolish the rights of innocent people just because they are Arabushim living in territories that God promised to us, a task that became far more urgent and was carried out with far more brutality when the Arabushim began to raise their heads a few years later. We can easily assess the sincerity of the sentiments expressed about the Klinghoffer murder. It is only necessary to investigate the reaction to comparable US-backed Israeli crimes. Take, for example, the murder in April 2002 of two crippled Palestinians, Kamal Zughair and Jamal Rashid, by Israeli forces rampaging through the refugee camp of Jenin in the West Bank. Zughair's crushed body and the remains of his wheelchair were found by British reporters, along with the remains of the white flag he was holding when he was shot dead while seeking to flee the Israeli tanks, which then drove over him, ripping his face in two and severing his arms and legs. Jamal Rashid was crushed in his wheelchair when one of Israel's huge US-supplied Caterpillar bulldozers demolished his home in Jenin, with his family inside. The differential reaction, or rather non-reaction, has become so routine and so easy to explain that no further commentary is necessary. Car bombing and terrorist villagers. Plainly, the 1985 Tunis bombing was a vastly more severe terrorist crime than either the Achille Lauro hijacking or the crime, for which Magna's involvement can be ascertained with certainty, in the same year. But even the Tunis bombing had competitors for the prize of worst terrorist atrocity in the Mideast in the peak year of 1985. One challenger was a car bombing in Beirut right outside a mosque, timed to go off as worshippers were leaving Friday prayers. It killed 80 people and wounded 256. Most of the dead were girls and women who had been leaving the mosque, though the ferocity of the blast burned babies in their beds, killed a bride buying her trousseau, and blew away 3 children as they walked home from the mosque. It also devastated the main street of the densely populated West Beirut suburb, reported Nora Bustani 3 years later in the Washington Post. The intended target had been the Shiite cleric Sheikh Mohammed Hussein Fadlallah, who escaped. The bombing was carried out by Reagan's CIA and his Saudi allies, with Britain's help, and was specifically authorized by CIA Director William Casey, according to Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward's account in his book Veil: The Secret Wars of the CIA, 1981 to 1987. Little is known beyond the bare facts, thanks to rigorous adherence to the doctrine that we do not investigate our own crimes, unless they become too prominent to suppress, and the inquiry can be limited to some low-level bad apples who were, naturally, out of control. A third competitor for the 1985 Mideast Terrorism Prize was Prime Minister Peres's Iron Fist operations in southern Lebanese territories then occupied by Israel in violation of Security Council orders. The targets were what the Israeli High Command called terrorist villagers. Peres's crimes in this case sank to new depths of calculated brutality and arbitrary murder, in the words of a Western diplomat familiar with the area, an assessment amply supported by direct coverage. They are, however, of no interest to the world, and therefore remain uninvestigated, in accordance with the usual conventions. We might well ask again whether these crimes fall under international terrorism or the far more severe crime of aggression, but let us once more give the benefit of the doubt to Israel and its backers in Washington and keep to the lesser charge. These are a few of the incidents that might cross the minds of people. elsewhere in the world when considering one of the very few times Magna was clearly implicated in a terrorist crime. The United States also accuses Magna of responsibility for devastating double suicide truck bomb attacks on the barracks occupied by U.S. Marines and French paratroopers in Lebanon in 1983, killing 241 Marines and 58 paratroopers, as well as a prior attack on the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, killing 63, a particularly serious blow because of a meeting there of CIA officials at the time. The Financial Times has, however, attributed the attack on the Marine barracks to Islamic Jihad, not Hezbollah. Fawaz Gerges, one of the leading scholars on the jihadi movements and on Lebanon, has written that responsibility was taken by an unknown group called Islamic Jihad. A voice speaking in classical Arabic called for all Americans to leave Lebanon or face death. It has been claimed that Magna was the head of Islamic Jihad at the time, but to my knowledge, evidence is sparse. The opinion of the world has not been sampled on the subject, but it is possible that there might be some hesitancy about calling an attack on a military base in a foreign country a terrorist attack, particularly when U.S. and French forces were carrying out heavy naval bombardments and airstrikes in Lebanon, and shortly after the United States provided decisive support for the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, which killed some 20,000 people and devastated the southern part of the country while leaving much of Beirut in ruins. It was finally called off by President Reagan when international protest became too intense to ignore after the Sabra and Shatila massacres. In the United States, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon is regularly described as a reaction to Palestine Liberation Organization (PLO) terrorist attacks on northern Israel from their Lebanese bases, making our crucial contribution to these major war crimes understandable. In the real world, the Lebanese border area had been quiet for a year, apart from repeated Israeli attacks, many of them murderous, in an effort to elicit some PLO response that could be used as a pretext for the already planned invasion. Its actual purpose was not concealed at the time by Israeli commentators and leaders, to safeguard the Israeli takeover of the occupied West Bank. It is of some interest that the sole serious error in Jimmy Carter's book Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid is his repetition of this propaganda concoction about PLO attacks from Lebanon being the motive for the Israeli invasion. The book was bitterly attacked, and desperate efforts were made to find some phrase that could be misinterpreted, but this glaring error, the only one, was ignored. Reasonably, since it satisfies the criterion of adhering to useful doctrinal fabrications. Killing without intent. Another allegation is that Magna masterminded the bombing of Israel's embassy in Buenos Aires on March 17, 1992, which killed 29 people, in response, as the Financial Times put it, to Israel's assassination of former Hezbollah leader Abbas al-Musawi in an air attack in southern Lebanon. About the assassination, there is no need for evidence. Israel proudly took credit for it. The world might have some interest in the rest of the story. Al-Musawi was murdered with a U.S.-supplied helicopter, well north of Israel's illegal security zone in southern Lebanon. He was on his way to Sidon from the village of Jibchit, where he had spoken at the memorial for another imam murdered by Israeli forces. The helicopter attack also killed his wife and 5-year-old child. Israel then employed U.S.-supplied helicopters to attack a car bringing survivors of the first attack to a hospital. After the murder of the family, Hezbollah changed the rules of the game. Yitzhak Rabin informed the Israeli Knesset. Previously, no rockets had been launched at Israel. Until then, the rules of the game had been that Israel could launch murderous attacks anywhere in Lebanon at will, and Hezbollah would respond only within Israeli-occupied Lebanese territory. After the murder of its leader, and his family, Hezbollah began to respond to Israeli crimes in Lebanon by rocketing northern Israel. The latter is, of course, intolerable terror, so Rabin launched an invasion that drove some 500,000 people out of their homes and killed well over 100. The merciless Israeli attacks reached as far as northern Lebanon. In the south, 80% of the city of Tyre fled, and Nabatai was left a ghost town. The village of Jibchit was about 70% destroyed, according to an Israeli army spokesperson, who explained that the intent was to destroy the village completely because of its importance to the Shiite population of southern Lebanon. The general goal was to wipe the villages from the face of the earth and sow destruction around them. As a senior officer of the Israeli Northern Command described the operation, Jibchit may have been a particular target because it was the home of Sheikh Abdul Karim Abaid, kidnapped and brought to Israel several years earlier. Abaid's home received a direct hit from a missile, British journalist Robert Fisk reported, although the Israelis were presumably gunning for his wife and 3 children. Those who had not escaped hid in terror, wrote Mark Nicholson in the Financial Times, because any visible movement inside or outside their houses is likely to attract the attention of Israeli artillery spotters, who were pounding their shells repeatedly and devastatingly into selected targets. Artillery shells were hitting some villages at a rate of more than 10 rounds a minute at times. All of these actions received the firm support of President Bill Clinton, who understood the need to instruct the Arabushim sternly on the rules of the game. And Rabin emerged as another grand hero and a man of peace, so different from the two-legged beasts, grasshoppers, and drugged roaches. The world might find such facts of interest in connection with the alleged responsibility of Magna for the retaliatory terrorist act in Buenos Aires. Other charges include that Magna helped prepare Hezbollah defenses against the 2006 Israeli invasion of Lebanon, evidently an intolerable terrorist crime by the standards of the world. The more vulgar apologists for U.S. and Israeli crimes solemnly explain that, while Arabs purposely kill civilians, the U.S. and Israel, being democratic societies, do not intend to do so. Their killings are just accidental ones, hence not at the level of moral depravity of their adversaries. That was, for example, the stand of Israel's High Court of Justice when it recently authorized severe collective punishment of the people of Gaza, by depriving them of electricity, hence also water, sewage disposal, and other such basics of civilized life. The same line of defense is common with regard to some of Washington's past peccadillos, like the missile attack that in 1998 destroyed the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Sudan. The attack apparently led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people, but without intent to kill them, hence it was not a crime on the order of intentional killing. In other words, we can distinguish 3 categories of crimes: murder with intent, accidental killing, and murder with foreknowledge but without specific intent. Israeli and U.S. atrocities typically fall into the 3rd category. Thus, when Israel destroys Gaza's power supply or sets up barriers to travel in the West Bank, it does not specifically intend to murder the particular people who will die from polluted water, or in ambulances that cannot reach hospitals. And when Bill Clinton ordered the bombing of the Al-Shifa plant, it was obvious that it would lead to a humanitarian catastrophe. Human Rights Watch immediately informed him of this, providing details. Nevertheless, he and his advisors did not intend to kill specific people among those who would inevitably die when half the pharmaceutical supplies were destroyed in a poor African country that could not replenish them. Rather, They and their apologists regarded Africans much as we do the ants we crush while walking down a street. We are aware, if we bother to think about it, that it is likely to happen, but we do not intend to kill them because they are not worthy of such consideration. Needless to say, comparable attacks by Arabushim in areas inhabited by human beings are regarded rather differently. If, for a moment, we can adopt the perspective of the world, we might ask which criminals are wanted the world over. 3. The torture memos and historical amnesia. The torture memos released by the White House in 2008-9 elicited shock, indignation, and surprise. The shock and indignation are understandable, particularly the testimony in the Senate Armed Services Committee report on Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld's desperation to find links between Iraq and al-Qaeda, links that were later concocted as justification for the invasion. Former Army psychiatrist Major Charles Burney testified that, "A large part of the time we were focused on trying to establish a link between al-Qaeda and Iraq. The more frustrated people got in not being able to establish this link, there was more and more pressure to resort to measures that might produce more immediate results, that is, torture." McClatchy reported that a former senior intelligence official familiar with the interrogation issue added that, "The Bush administration applied relentless pressure on interrogators to use harsh methods on detainees in part to find evidence of cooperation between al-Qaeda and the late Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein's regime." Cheney and Rumsfeld demanded that the interrogators find evidence of al-Qaeda-Iraq collaboration. There was constant pressure on the intelligence agencies and the interrogators to do whatever it took to get that information out of the detainees, especially the few high-value ones we had, and when people kept coming up empty, they were told by Cheney's and Rumsfeld's people to push harder. These were the most significant revelations from the Senate inquiry, and they were barely reported. While such testimony about the viciousness and deceit of the administration should indeed be shocking, the surprise at the general picture revealed is nonetheless surprising. For one thing, even without inquiry, it was reasonable to suppose that Guantanamo was a torture chamber. Why else send prisoners where they would be beyond the reach of the law, a place, incidentally, that Washington is using in violation of a treaty forced on Cuba at the point of a gun? Security reasons were, of course, alleged, but they remain hard to take seriously. The same expectations held for the Bush administration's black sites, or secret prisons, and for extraordinary rendition, and they were fulfilled. More importantly, torture has been routinely practiced from the early days of the conquest of the national territory, and continued to be used as the imperial ventures of the infant empire, as George Washington called the new republic, extended to the Philippines, Haiti, and elsewhere. Keep in mind as well that torture was the least of the many crimes of aggression, terror, subversion, and economic strangulation that have darkened U.S. history, much as in the case of other great powers. Accordingly, what's surprising is to see the reactions to the release of those Justice Department memos, even by some of the most eloquent and forthright critics of Bush malfeasance, Paul Krugman, for example, writing that we used to be a nation of moral ideals, and that never before Bush have our leaders so utterly betrayed everything our nation stands for. To say the least, that common view reflects a rather slanted version of American history. Occasionally, the conflict between what we stand for and what we do has been forthrightly addressed. One distinguished scholar who undertook the task was Hans Morgenthau, a founder of realist international relations theory. In a classic study published in 1964 in the glow of Kennedy's Camelot, Morgenthau developed the standard view that the United States has a transcendent purpose, establishing peace and freedom at home and indeed everywhere, since the arena within which the United States must defend and promote its purpose has become worldwide. But as a scrupulous scholar, he also recognized that the historical record was radically inconsistent with that transcendent purpose. We should not be misled by that discrepancy, advised Morgenthau. We should not confound the abuse of reality with reality itself. Reality is the unachieved national purpose, revealed by the evidence of history as our minds reflect it. What actually happened was merely the abuse of reality. To confound the abuse of reality with reality is akin to the error of atheism, which denies the validity of religion on similar grounds, an apt comparison. The release of the torture memos led others to recognize the problem. In the New York Times, columnist Roger Cohen reviewed a new book, The Myth of American Exceptionalism, by British journalist Godfrey Hodgson, who concluded that the United States is just one great, but imperfect, country among others. Cohen agreed that the evidence supports Hodgson's judgment, but nonetheless regarded as fundamentally mistaken Hodgson's failure to understand that America was born as an idea, and so it has to carry that idea forward. The American idea is revealed in the country's birth as a city on a hill, an inspirational notion that resides deep in the American psyche, and by the distinctive spirit of American individualism and enterprise, demonstrated in the Western expansion. Hodgson's error, it seems, is that he was keeping to the distortions of the American idea in recent decades, the abuse of reality. Let us then turn to reality itself, the idea of America from its earliest days. Come over and help us. The inspirational phrase, "a city on a hill," was coined by John Winthrop in 1630, borrowing from the Gospels, as he outlined the glorious future of a new nation, ordained by God. 1 year earlier, his Massachusetts Bay Colony had created its Great Seal, which depicted an Indian with a scroll coming out of his mouth. On that scroll are the words, "Come over and help us." The British colonists were thus benevolent humanists, responding to the pleas of the miserable natives to be rescued from their bitter pagan fate. The Great Seal is, in fact, a graphic representation of the idea of America from its birth. It should be exhumed from the depths of the American psyche and displayed on the walls of every classroom. It should certainly appear in the background of all of the Kim Il-sung style worship of that savage murderer and torturer Ronald Reagan, who blissfully described himself as the leader of a shining city on the hill, while orchestrating some of the more ghastly crimes of his years in office, notoriously in Central America but elsewhere as well. The Great Seal was an early proclamation of humanitarian intervention, to use the currently fashionable phrase. As has commonly been the case since, humanitarian intervention led to catastrophe for the alleged beneficiaries. The first U.S. Secretary of War, General Henry Knox, described the utter extirpation of all the Indians in most populous parts of the Union, by means more destructive to the Indian natives than the conduct of the conquerors of Mexico and Peru. Long after his own significant contributions to the process were past, John Quincy Adams deplored the fate of that hapless race of Native Americans, which we are exterminating with such merciless and perfidious cruelty among the heinous sins of this nation, for which I believe God will one day bring it to judgment. The merciless and perfidious cruelty continued until the West was won. Instead of God's judgment, those heinous sins today bring only praise for the fulfillment of the American idea. There was, to be sure, a more convenient and conventional version of the narrative, expressed, for example, by Supreme Court Justice Joseph Story, who mused that the wisdom of Providence caused the natives to disappear like the withered leaves of autumn, even though the colonists had constantly respected them. The conquest and settling of the West indeed showed individualism and enterprise, settler colonialist enterprises, the cruelest form of imperialism, commonly do. The results were hailed by the respected and influential Senator Henry Cabot Lodge in 1898. Calling for intervention in Cuba, Lodge lauded our record of conquest, colonization, and territorial expansion unequaled by any people in the 19th century, and urged that it is not to be curbed now, as the Cubans too were pleading with us, in the Great Seal's words, to come over and help us. Their plea was answered. The United States sent troops, thereby preventing Cuba's liberation from Spain and turning it into a virtual U.S. colony, as it remained until 1959. The American idea was illustrated further by the remarkable campaign initiated by the Eisenhower administration almost at once to restore Cuba to its proper place, economic warfare, with the clearly articulated aim of punishing the Cuban population so that they would overthrow the disobedient Castro government, invasion, the dedication of the Kennedy brothers to bringing the terrors of the earth to Cuba. The phrase of historian Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. in his biography of Robert Kennedy, who considered that task one of his highest priorities, and other crimes in defiance of virtually unanimous world opinion. Point 11. American imperialism is often traced to the takeover of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii in 1898. But that is to succumb to what historian of imperialism Bernard Porter calls the saltwater fallacy, the idea that conquest only becomes imperialism when it crosses salt water. Thus, if the Mississippi River had resembled the Irish Sea, westward expansion would have been imperialism. From George Washington to Henry Cabot Lodge, those engaged in the enterprise had a clearer grasp of the truth. After the success of humanitarian intervention in Cuba in 1898, the next step in the mission assigned by Providence was to confer the blessings of liberty and civilization upon all the rescued peoples of the Philippines. In the words of the platform of Lodge's Republican Party, at least those who survived the murderous onslaught and widespread use of torture and other atrocities that accompanied it. These fortunate souls were left to the mercies of the U.S. established Philippine constabulary within a newly devised model of colonial domination, relying on security forces trained and equipped for sophisticated modes of surveillance, intimidation, and violence. Similar models would be adopted in many other areas where the United States imposed brutal National Guards and other client forces, with consequences that should be well known. The torture paradigm. Over the past 60 years, victims worldwide have endured the CIA's torture paradigm, developed at a cost that reached $1 billion annually, according to historian Alfred McCoy in his book A Question of Torture. He shows how torture methods the CIA developed in the 1950s surfaced with little change in the infamous photos from Iraq's Abu Ghraib prison. There is no hyperbole in the title of Jennifer Harberry's penetrating study of the U.S. torture record, Truth, Torture, and the American Way. It is highly misleading, to say the least, when investigators of the Bush gang's descent into the global sewers lament that, in waging the war against terrorism, America had lost its way. None of this is to say that Bush/Cheney/Rumsfeld et al. Did not introduce important innovations. In ordinary American practice, torture was largely farmed out to subsidiaries, not carried out by Americans directly in their own government-established torture chambers. As Alan Nairn, who has done some of the most revealing and courageous investigations of torture, points out, what the Obama ban on torture ostensibly knocks off is that small percentage of torture now done by Americans, while retaining the overwhelming bulk of the system's torture, which is done by foreigners under U.S. patronage. Obama could stop backing foreign forces that torture, but he has chosen not to do so. Obama did not shut down the practice of torture, Nairn observes, but merely repositioned it, restoring it to the American norm, a matter of indifference to the victims. Since Vietnam, the U.S. has mainly seen its torture done for it by proxy. Paying, arming, training and guiding foreigners doing it, but usually being careful to keep Americans at least one discrete step removed. Obama's ban doesn't even prohibit direct torture by Americans outside environments of armed conflict, which is where much torture happens anyway since many repressive regimes aren't in armed conflict. His is a return to the status quo ante, the torture regime of Ford through Clinton, which, year by year, often produced more U.S.-backed strap-down agony than was produced during the Bush/Cheney years. Sometimes the American engagement in torture was even more indirect. In a 1980 study, Latin Americanist Lars Schultz found that U.S. aid has tended to flow disproportionately to Latin American governments which torture their citizens, to the hemisphere's relatively egregious violators of fundamental human rights. That trend included military aid, was independent of need, and ran through the Carter years. Broader studies by Edward Herman found the same correlation, and also suggested an explanation. Not surprisingly, U.S. aid tends to correlate with a favorable climate for business operations, commonly improved by the murder of labor and peasant organizers and human rights activists and other such actions, yielding a secondary correlation between aid and egregious violation of human rights. These studies took place before the Reagan years, when the topic became not worth studying because the correlations were so clear. Small wonder that President Obama advises us to look forward, not backward, a convenient doctrine for those who hold the clubs. Those who are beaten by them tend to see the world differently, much to our annoyance. Adopting Bush's positions. An argument can be made that implementation of the CIA's torture paradigm never violated the 1984 United Nations Convention Against Torture, at least as Washington interpreted it. McCoy points out that the highly sophisticated CIA paradigm, developed at enormous cost in the 1950s and 1960s and based on the KGB's most devastating torture technique, kept primarily to mental torture, not crude physical torture, which was considered less effective in turning people into pliant vegetables. McCoy writes that the Reagan administration carefully revised the International Torture Convention, with 4 detailed diplomatic reservations, focused on just one word in the convention's 26 printed pages, the word mental. He continues, these intricately constructed diplomatic reservations redefined torture, as interpreted by the United States, to exclude sensory deprivation and self-inflicted pain, the very techniques the CIA had refined at such great cost. When Clinton sent the UN Convention to Congress for ratification in 1994, he included the Reagan reservations. The President and Congress therefore exempted the core of the CIA torture paradigm from the U.S. interpretation of the Torture Convention, and those reservations, McCoy observes, were reproduced verbatim in domestic legislation enacted to give legal force to the UN Convention. That is the political landmine that detonated with such phenomenal force in the Abu Ghraib scandal and in the shameful Military Commissions Act that was passed with bipartisan support in 2006. Bush, of course, went beyond his predecessors in authorizing prima facie violations of international law, and several of his extremist innovations were struck down by the courts. While Obama, like Bush, eloquently affirms our unwavering commitment to international law. He seems intent on substantially reinstating the extremist Bush measures. In the important case of Boumediene v. Bush in June 2008, the Supreme Court rejected as unconstitutional the Bush administration's claim that prisoners in Guantanamo are not entitled to the right of habeas corpus. Glenn Greenwald reviewed the aftermath of the case in Ceylon. Seeking to preserve the power to abduct people from around the world and imprison them without due process, the Bush administration decided to ship them to the U.S. prison at Bagram Airfield in Afghanistan, treating the Boumediene ruling, grounded in our most basic constitutional guarantees, as though it was some sort of a silly game. Fly your abducted prisoners to Guantanamo and they have constitutional rights, but fly them instead to Bagram and you can disappear them forever with no judicial process. Obama adopted the Bush position, filing a brief in federal court that, in 2 sentences, declared that it embraced the most extremist Bush theory on this issue, arguing that prisoners flown to Bagram from anywhere in the world, in the case in question, Yemenis and Tunisians captured in Thailand and the United Arab Emirates, can be imprisoned indefinitely with no rights of any kind, as long as they are kept in Bagram rather than Guantanamo. Shortly after, a Bush-appointed federal judge rejected the Bush/Obama position and held that the rationale of Boumediene applies every bit as much to Bagram as it does to Guantanamo. The Obama administration announced that it would appeal the ruling, thus placing Obama's Department of Justice, Greenwald concludes, squarely to the right of an extremely conservative, pro-executive power, Bush 43 appointed judge on issues of executive power and due process-less detentions, in radical violation of the president's campaign promises and earlier stands. The case of Rasool v. Rumsfeld appears to be following a similar trajectory. The plaintiffs charged that Rumsfeld and other high officials were responsible for their torture in Guantanamo, where they were sent after being captured by Uzbeki warlord Abdul Rashid Dostum. The plaintiffs claimed that they had traveled to Afghanistan to offer humanitarian relief. Dostum, a notorious thug, was then a leader of the Northern Alliance, the Afghan faction supported by Russia, Iran, India, Turkey, the Central Asian states, and the United States as it attacked Afghanistan in October 2001. Dostum turned them over to U.S. custody, allegedly for bounty money. The Bush administration sought to have the case dismissed. Obama's Department of Justice filed a brief supporting the Bush position that government officials should not be held liable for torture and other violations of due process at Guantanamo, on the grounds that the courts had not yet clearly established the rights that prisoners there enjoy. It was also reported that the Obama administration considered reviving military commissions, one of the more severe violations of the rule of law during the Bush years. There is a reason, according to William Glaberson of the New York Times, officials who work on the Guantanamo issue say administration lawyers have become concerned that they would face significant obstacles to trying some terrorism suspects in federal courts. Judges might make it difficult to prosecute detainees who were subjected to brutal treatment, or for prosecutors to use hearsay evidence gathered by intelligence agencies. A serious flaw in the criminal justice system, it appears. Creating terrorists. There is much debate about whether torture has been effective in eliciting information, the assumption being, apparently, that if it is effective then it may be justified. By this argument, when Nicaragua captured U.S. pilot Eugene Hasenfuss in 1986, after shooting down his plane as it delivered aid to U.S. supported Contra forces, they should not have tried him, found him guilty, and then sent him back to the United States, as they did. Instead, They should have applied the CIA torture paradigm to try to extract information about other terrorist atrocities being planned and implemented in Washington, no small matter for a tiny, impoverished country under terrorist attack by the global superpower. By the same standard, if the Nicaraguans had been able to capture the chief terrorism coordinator, John Negroponte, then the U.S. ambassador in Honduras, later appointed as the first director of national intelligence, essentially a counterterrorism czar, without eliciting a murmur, they should have done the same. Cuba would have been justified in acting similarly, had the Castro government been able to lay hands on the Kennedy brothers. There is no need to bring up what their victims should have done to Henry Kissinger, Ronald Reagan, and other leading terrorist commanders, whose exploits leave Al-Qaeda in the dust, and who doubtless had ample information that could have prevented further ticking time bomb attacks. Such considerations never seem to arise in public discussion. Accordingly, we know at once how to evaluate the pleas about valuable information. There is, to be sure, a response: our terrorism, even if surely terrorism, is benign, deriving as it does from the idea of the city on the hill. Perhaps the most eloquent exposition of this thesis was presented by New Republic editor Michael Kinsley, a respected spokesman of the left. America's Watch, part of Human Rights Watch, had protested State Department confirmation of official orders to Washington's terrorist forces to attack soft targets, undefended civilian targets, and to avoid the Nicaraguan army, as they could do thanks to CIA control of Nicaraguan airspace and the sophisticated communications systems provided to the Contras. In response, Kinsley explained that U.S. terrorist attacks on civilian targets are justified if they satisfy pragmatic criteria. A sensible policy should meet the test of cost-benefit analysis, an analysis of the amount of blood and misery that will be poured in, and the likelihood that democracy will emerge at the other end, democracy, as U.S. elites determine its shape. Kinsley's thoughts elicited no public comment. To my knowledge, they were apparently deemed acceptable. It would seem to follow, then, that U.S. leaders and their agents are not culpable for conducting such sensible policies in good faith, even if their judgment might sometimes be flawed. Perhaps culpability would be greater, by prevailing moral standards, if it were discovered that Bush administration torture had cost American lives. That is, in fact, the conclusion drawn by Major Matthew Alexander, a pseudonym, one of the most seasoned U.S. interrogators in Iraq, who elicited the information that led to the U.S. military being able to locate Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the head of al-Qaeda in Iraq, correspondent Patrick Cockburn reports. Alexander expresses only contempt for the Bush administration's harsh interrogation methods. The use of torture by the U.S., he believes, not only elicits no useful information but has proved so counterproductive that it may have led to the death of as many U.S. soldiers as civilians killed in 9/11. From hundreds of interrogations, Alexander discovered that foreign fighters came to Iraq in reaction to the abuses at Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib, and that they and their domestic allies turned to suicide bombing and other terrorist acts for the same reasons. There is also mounting evidence that the torture methods Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld encouraged created terrorists. One carefully studied case is that of Abdullah al-Ajmi, who was locked up in Guantanamo on the charge of engaging in 2 or 3 firefights with the Northern Alliance. He ended up in Afghanistan after having failed to reach Chechnya to fight against the Russians. After 4 years of brutal treatment in Guantanamo, he was returned to Kuwait. He later found his way to Iraq and, in March 2008, drove a bomb-laden truck into an Iraqi military compound, killing himself and 13 Iraqi soldiers, the single most heinous act of violence committed by a former Guantanamo detainee, according to the Washington Post, and according to his lawyer, the direct result of his abusive imprisonment. All much as a reasonable person would expect. Unexceptional Americans. Another standard pretext for torture is the context, the war on terror that Bush declared after September 11. A crime that rendered traditional international law quaint and obsolete, so George W. Bush was advised by his legal counsel, Alberto Gonzales, later appointed Attorney General. The doctrine has been widely reiterated in one form or another in commentary and analysis. The 9/11 attack was doubtless unique in many respects. One is where the guns were pointing. Typically it is in the opposite direction. In fact, it was the first attack of any consequence on the national territory of the United States, since the British burned down Washington, D.C., in 1814. The reigning doctrine of the country is sometimes called American exceptionalism. It is nothing of the sort. It is probably close to universal among imperial powers. France hailed its civilizing mission in its colonies, while the French Minister of War called for exterminating the indigenous population of Algeria. Britain's nobility was a novelty in the world, John Stuart Mill declared, while urging that this angelic power delay no longer in completing its liberation of India. Mill's classic essay on humanitarian intervention was written shortly after the public revelation of Britain's horrifying atrocities in suppressing the 1857 Indian Rebellion. The conquest of the rest of India was in large part an effort to gain a monopoly in the opium trade for Britain's huge narco-trafficking enterprise, by far the largest in world history and designed primarily to compel China to accept Britain's manufactured goods. Similarly, there is no reason to doubt the sincerity of Japanese militarists in the 1930s who were bringing an earthly paradise to China under benign Japanese tutelage as they carried out the rape of Nanking and their burn all, loot all, kill all campaigns in rural northern China. History is replete with similar glorious episodes. As long as such exceptionalist theses remain firmly implanted, however, the occasional revelations of the abuse of history can backfire, serving only to efface terrible crimes. In South Vietnam, for instance, the My Lai massacre was a mere footnote to the vastly greater atrocities of Washington's post-Tet offensive pacification programs, ignored while indignation in this country was largely focused on this single crime. Watergate was doubtless criminal, but the furor over it displaced incomparably worse crimes at home and abroad, including the FBI-organized assassination of black organizer Fred Hampton as part of the infamous COINTELPRO repression, and the bombing of Cambodia, to mention just two egregious examples. Torture is hideous enough. The invasion of Iraq was a far worse crime. Quite commonly, selective atrocities have this function. Historical amnesia is a dangerous phenomenon not only because it undermines moral and intellectual integrity, but also because it lays the groundwork for crimes that still lie ahead. 4. The invisible hand of power. The democratic uprising in the Arab world has been a spectacular display of courage, dedication, and commitment by popular forces, coinciding, fortuitously, with a remarkable uprising of tens of thousands in support of working people and democracy in Madison, Wisconsin, and other U.S. cities. If the trajectories of revolt in Cairo and Madison intersected, however, they were headed in opposite directions. In Cairo toward gaining elementary rights denied by the Egyptian dictatorship, in Madison toward defending rights that had been won in long and hard struggles and are now under severe attack. Each is a microcosm of tendencies in global society, following varied courses. There are sure to be far-reaching consequences of what is taking place both in the decaying industrial heartland of the richest and most powerful country in human history and in what President Dwight Eisenhower called the most strategically important area in the world, a stupendous source of strategic power and probably the richest economic prize in the world in the field of foreign investment. In the words of the State Department in the 1940s, a prize that the United States intended to keep for itself and its allies in the unfolding New World Order of that day. Despite all the changes since, there is every reason to suppose that today's policymakers basically adhere to the judgment of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's influential advisor Adolph A. Burley that control of the incomparable energy reserves of the Middle East would yield substantial control of the world. And correspondingly, they believe that loss of control would threaten the project of American global dominance that was clearly articulated during World War II and that has been sustained in the face of major changes in world order since that day. From the outset of the war, in 1939, Washington anticipated that it would end with the United States in a position of overwhelming power. High-level State Department officials and foreign policy specialists met through the wartime years to lay out plans for the post-war world. They delineated a grand area that the United States was to dominate, including the Western Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire, with its Middle East energy resources. As Russia began to grind down Nazi armies after Stalingrad, the Grand Area goals extended to as much of Eurasia as possible, at least its economic core, in Western Europe. Within the Grand Area, the United States would maintain unquestioned power with military and economic supremacy, while ensuring the limitation of any exercise of sovereignty by states that might interfere with its global designs. These careful wartime plans were soon implemented. It was always recognized that Europe might choose to follow an independent course. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, was partially intended to counter this threat. As soon as the official pretext for NATO dissolved in 1989, it was expanded to the east, in violation of verbal pledges to Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. It has since become a U.S.-run intervention force with far-ranging scope, as spelled out by NATO Secretary-General Jaap de Hoop Scheffer, who informed a NATO conference that NATO troops have to guard pipelines that transport oil and gas that is directed for the West, and more generally protect sea routes used by tankers and other crucial infrastructure of the energy system. Grand Area doctrines license military intervention at will. That conclusion was articulated clearly by the Clinton administration, which declared that the United States has the right to use military force to ensure uninhibited access to key markets, energy supplies, and strategic resources, and must maintain huge military forces forward deployed in Europe and Asia, in order to shape people's opinions about us, and to shape events that will affect our livelihood and our security. The same principles governed the invasion of Iraq. As the United States' failure to impose its will in Iraq was becoming unmistakable, the actual goals of the invasion could no longer be concealed behind pretty rhetoric. In November 2007, the White House issued a Declaration of Principles, demanding that U.S. forces must remain indefinitely in Iraq and committing Iraq to privilege American investors. 2 months later, President Bush informed Congress that he would reject legislation that might limit the permanent stationing of U.S. forces in Iraq, or United States control of the oil resources of Iraq, demands that the United States had to abandon shortly after in the face of Iraqi resistance. In Tunisia and Egypt, the popular uprisings of 2011 have won impressive victories, but as the Carnegie Endowment reported, while names have changed, the regimes remain, A change in ruling elites and system of governance is still a distant goal. The report discusses internal barriers to democracy, but ignores the external ones, which as always are significant. The United States and its Western allies are sure to do whatever they can to prevent authentic democracy in the Arab world. To understand why, it is only necessary to look at the studies of Arab opinion conducted by U.S. polling agencies. Though barely reported, they are certainly known to planners. They reveal that by overwhelming majorities, Arabs regard the United States and Israel as the major threats they face. The United States is so regarded by 90% of Egyptians and by over 75% of the inhabitants of the region generally. By way of contrast, 10% of Arabs regard Iran as a threat. Opposition to U.S. policy is so strong that a majority believes security would be improved if Iran had nuclear weapons. In Egypt, 80%. Other figures are similar. If public opinion were to influence policy, the United States not only would not control the region but would be expelled from it, along with its allies, undermining fundamental principles of global dominance. The Mwasher Doctrine. Support for democracy is the province of ideologists and propagandists. In the real world, elite dislike of democracy is the norm. The evidence is overwhelming. That democracy is supported only insofar as it contributes to social and economic objectives, a conclusion reluctantly conceded by the more serious scholarship. Elite contempt for democracy was revealed dramatically in the reaction to the WikiLeaks exposures. Those that received the most attention, with euphoric commentary, were cables reporting that Arabs support the U.S. stand on Iran. The reference was to the ruling dictators of Arab nations. The attitude of the public went unmentioned. The operative principle was described by Marwan Mwasher, former Jordanian official and later director of Middle East research for the Carnegie Endowment. The traditional argument put forward in and out of the Arab world is that there is nothing wrong, everything is under control. With this line of thinking, entrenched forces argue that opponents and outsiders calling for reform are exaggerating the conditions on the ground. Adopting that principle, if the dictators support us, what else could matter? The Mwasher doctrine is rational and venerable. To mention just one case that is highly relevant today, in internal discussions in 1958, President Eisenhower expressed concern about the campaign of hatred against us in the Arab world, not by governments, but by the people. The National Security Council, NSC, explained to Eisenhower that there is a perception in the Arab world that the United States supports dictatorships and blocks democracy and development so as to ensure control over the resources of the region. Furthermore, the perception is basically accurate, the NSC concluded, and that is exactly what we should be doing, relying on the Mwasher doctrine. Pentagon studies conducted after September 11 confirmed that the same perception holds today. It is normal for the victors to consign history to the trash can and for victims to take it seriously. Perhaps a few brief observations on this important matter may be useful. Today is not the first occasion when Egypt and the United States are facing similar problems and moving in opposite directions. That was also true in the early 19th century. Economic historians have argued that Egypt was well placed to undertake rapid economic development at the same time that the United States was in this period. Both had rich agriculture, including cotton, the fuel of the early Industrial Revolution, though unlike Egypt, the United States had to develop cotton production and a workforce through conquest, extermination, and slavery. with consequences that are evident now in the reservations for the survivors and the prisons that have rapidly expanded since the Reagan years to house the superfluous population left by deindustrialization. One fundamental difference between the two nations was that the United States had gained independence and was therefore free to ignore the prescriptions of economic theory, delivered at the time by Adam Smith in terms rather like those preached to developing societies today. Smith urged the liberated colonies to produce primary products for export and to import superior British manufactured goods, and certainly not to attempt to monopolize crucial goods, particularly cotton. Any other path, Smith warned, would retard instead of accelerating the further increase in the value of their annual produce, and would obstruct instead of promoting the progress of their country towards real wealth and greatness. Having gained their independence, the colonies simply dismissed his advice and followed England's own course of independent state-guided development, with high tariffs to protect industry from British exports, first textiles, later steel and others, and adopted numerous other devices to accelerate industrial development. The independent republic also sought to gain a monopoly over cotton so as to place all other nations at our feet, particularly the British enemy, as the Jacksonian presidents announced when conquering Texas and half of Mexico. For Egypt, a comparable course was barred by British power. Lord Palmerston declared that no ideas of fairness toward Egypt ought to stand in the way of such great and paramount interests of Britain as preserving its economic and political hegemony, expressing his hate for the ignorant barbarian, Muhammad Ali, who dared to seek an independent course, and deploying Britain's fleet and financial power to terminate Egypt's quest for independence and economic development. After World War II, when the United States displaced Britain as global hegemon, Washington adopted the same stand, making it clear that the United States would provide no aid to Egypt unless it adhered to the standard rules for the weak, which the United States continued to violate, imposing high tariffs to bar Egyptian cotton and causing a debilitating dollar shortage, as per the usual interpretation of market principles. It is small wonder that the campaign of hatred against the United States that concerned Eisenhower was based on the recognition that the United States supports dictators and blocks democracy and development, as do its allies. In Adam Smith's defense, it should be added that he recognized what would happen if Britain followed the rules of sound economics, now called neoliberalism. He warned that if British manufacturers, merchants, and investors turned abroad, they might profit but England would suffer. But he felt that they would be guided by a home bias, so that as if by an invisible hand, England would be spared the ravages of economic rationality. The passage is hard to miss. It is the one occurrence of the famous phrase, invisible hand, in The Wealth of Nations. The other leading founder of classical economics, David Ricardo, drew similar conclusions, hoping that what is called home bias would lead men of property to be satisfied with the low rate of profits in their own country, rather than seek a more advantageous employment for their wealth in foreign nations, feelings that, he added, I should be sorry to see weakened. Their predictions aside, the instincts of the classical economists were sound. The Iranian and Chinese threats. The democratic uprising in the Arab world is sometimes compared to Eastern Europe in 1989, but on dubious grounds. In 1989, the democratic uprising was tolerated by the Russians, and supported by Western power in accord with standard doctrine. It plainly conformed to economic and strategic objectives, and was therefore a noble achievement, greatly honored, unlike the struggles at the same time to defend the people's fundamental human rights in Central America. In the words of the assassinated Archbishop of El Salvador, one of the hundreds of thousands of victims of the military forces armed and trained by Washington. There was no Mikhail Gorbachev in the West throughout those horrendous years, and there is none today. And Western power remains hostile to democracy in the Arab world for good reasons. Grand area doctrines continue to apply to contemporary crises and confrontations. In Western policymaking circles and political commentary, the Iranian threat is considered to pose the greatest danger to world order, and hence must be the primary focus of U.S. foreign policy, with Europe trailing along politely. Years ago, Israeli military historian Martin van Creveld wrote that, "The world has witnessed how the United States attacked Iraq for, as it turned out, no reason at all. Had the Iranians not tried to build nuclear weapons, they would be crazy, particularly when they are under constant threat of attack, in violation of the UN Charter." The United States and Europe are united in punishing Iran for its threat to stability, in the technical sense of the term, meaning conformity to U.S. demands, but it is useful to recall how isolated they are. The non-aligned countries have vigorously supported Iran's right to enrich uranium. The major regional power, Turkey, voted against a U.S.-initiated sanctions motion in the Security Council, along with Brazil, the most admired country of the Global South. Their disobedience led to sharp censure. Not for the first time, Turkey had been bitterly condemned in 2003 when the government followed the will of 95% of its population, and refused to participate in the invasion of Iraq, thus demonstrating its weak grasp of democracy, Western style. While the United States can tolerate Turkish disobedience, though with dismay, China is harder to ignore. The press warns that China's investors and traders are now filling a vacuum in Iran as businesses from many other nations, especially in Europe, pull out, and in particular, that China is expanding its dominant role in Iran's energy industries. Washington is reacting with a touch of desperation. The State Department warned China that if it wants to be accepted in the international community, a technical term referring to the United States and whoever happens to agree with it, then it must not skirt and evade international responsibilities, which are clear, namely, follow U.S. orders. China is unlikely to be impressed. There is also much concern about the growing Chinese military threat. A recent Pentagon study warned that China's military budget is approaching 1/5 of what the Pentagon spent to operate and carry out the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, a fraction of the U.S. military budget, of course. China's expansion of military forces might deny the ability of American warships to operate in international waters off its coast, the New York Times added. Off the coast of China, that is. It has yet to be proposed that the U.S. should eliminate military forces that deny the Caribbean to Chinese warships. China's lack of understanding of the rules of international civility is further illustrated by its objections to plans for the advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier George Washington to join naval exercises a few miles off China's coast, giving it the alleged capacity to strike Beijing. In contrast, the West understands that such U.S. operations are all undertaken to defend its stability and its own security. The liberal New Republic expresses its concern that China sent 10 warships through international waters just off the Japanese island of Okinawa. That is indeed a provocation, unlike the fact, unmentioned, that Washington has converted the island into a major military base in defiance of vehement protests by the people of Okinawa. That is not a provocation, on the standard principle that we own the world. Deep-seated imperial doctrine aside, there is good reason for China's neighbors to be concerned about its growing military and commercial power. While grand area doctrine still prevails, the capacity to implement it has declined. The peak of U.S. power was after World War II, when it had literally half the world's wealth. But that naturally declined, as other industrial economies recovered from the devastation of the war and decolonization took its agonizing course. By the early 1970s, the U.S. share of global wealth had fallen to about 25%, and the industrial world had become tripolar: North America, Europe, and East Asia, then Japan-based. There was also a sharp change in the U.S. economy in the 1970s, toward financialization and export of production. A variety of factors converged to create a vicious cycle of radical concentration of wealth, primarily in the top fraction of 1% of the population, mostly CEOs, hedge fund managers, and the like. That leads to the concentration of political power, hence state policies to increase economic concentration, fiscal policies, rules of corporate governance, deregulation, and much more. Meanwhile, the costs of electoral campaigns skyrocketed, driving the parties into the pockets of concentrated capital, increasingly financial, the Republicans reflexively, the Democrats, by now what used to be moderate Republicans, not far behind. Elections have become a charade, run by the public relations industry. After his 2008 victory, Obama won an award from the industry for the best marketing campaign of the year. Executives were euphoric. In the business press, they explained that they had been marketing candidates like other commodities since Ronald Reagan, but 2008 was their greatest achievement and would change the style in corporate boardrooms. The 2012 election cost over $2 billion, mostly in corporate funding, and the 2016 election is expected to cost twice that. Small wonder that Obama selected business leaders for top positions in his administration. The public is angry and frustrated, but as long as the doctrine described by Mwasher prevails, that doesn't matter. While wealth and power have narrowly concentrated, for most of the population real incomes have stagnated and people have been getting by with increased work hours, debt, and asset inflation, regularly destroyed by the financial crises that began as the regulatory apparatus was dismantled starting in the 1980s. None of this is problematic for the very wealthy, who benefit from the too big to fail government insurance policy. That government insurance is no small matter. Considering just the ability of banks to borrow at lower rates, thanks to the implicit taxpayer subsidy, Bloomberg News, citing an International Monetary Fund working paper, estimates that taxpayers give big banks $83 billion a year, virtually their entire profit, a matter that is crucial to understanding why the big banks present such a threat to the global economy. Furthermore, the banks and investment firms can make risky transactions, with rich rewards, and when the system inevitably crashes, they can run to the nanny state for a taxpayer bailout, clutching their copies of F.A. Hayek and Milton Friedman. That has been the regular process since the Reagan years, each crisis more extreme than the last, for the public population, that is. Real unemployment is at depression levels for much of the population, while Goldman Sachs, one of the main architects of the current crisis, is richer than ever. It quietly announced $17.5 billion in compensation for 2010, with CEO Lloyd Blankfein receiving a $12.6 million bonus, while his base salary more than tripled. It wouldn't do to focus attention on such facts as these. Accordingly, propaganda must seek to blame others, like public sector workers, with their fat salaries and exorbitant pensions, all fantasy, on the model of Reaganite imagery of black mothers being driven in their limousines to pick up welfare checks, and other models that need not be mentioned. We all must tighten our belts, almost all, that is. Teachers are a particularly good target, as part of the deliberate effort to destroy the public education system from kindergarten through the universities by privatization. Again, a policy that is good for the wealthy, but a disaster for the population as well as the long-term health of the economy, though that is one of the externalities that is put to the side insofar as market principles prevail. Another fine target, always, is immigrants. That has been true throughout U.S. history, even more so at times of economic crisis, and exacerbated now by a sense that our country is being taken away from us. The white population will soon become a minority. One can understand the anger of aggrieved individuals, but the cruelty of the policy is shocking. Who are the immigrants targeted? In eastern Massachusetts, where I live, many are Mayans fleeing the aftermath of the virtual genocide in the Guatemalan highlands carried out by Reagan's favorite killers. Others are Mexican victims of Clinton's North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, one of those rare government agreements that managed to harm working people in all three of the participating countries. As NAFTA was rammed through Congress over popular objection in 1994, Clinton also initiated the militarization of the U.S.-Mexican border, previously fairly open. It was presumably understood that Mexican campesinos cannot compete with highly subsidized U.S. agribusiness, and that Mexican businesses would not survive competition with U.S. multinationals, which must be granted national treatment under the mislabeled free trade agreements, a privilege granted only to corporate persons, not those of flesh and blood. Not surprisingly, these measures led to a flood of desperate refugees and to rising anti-immigrant hysteria on the part of the victims of state corporate policies at home. Much the same appears to be happening in Europe, where racism is probably more rampant than in the United States. One can only watch with wonder as Italy complains about the flow of refugees from Libya, the scene of the first post-World War I genocide, in the newly liberated East, at the hands of Italy's fascist government. Or when France, still today the main protector of the brutal dictatorships in its former colonies, manages to overlook its hideous atrocities in Africa while French President Nicolas Sarkozy warns grimly of the flood of immigrants, and Marine Le Pen objects that he is doing nothing to prevent it. I need not mention Belgium, which may win the prize for what Adam Smith called the savage injustice of the Europeans. The rise of neo-fascist parties in much of Europe would be a frightening phenomenon, even if we were not to recall what happened on the continent in the recent past. Just imagine the reaction if Jews were being expelled from France to misery and oppression, and then witness the non-reaction when the same is happening to the Roma, also victims of the Holocaust and Europe's most brutalized population. In Hungary, the neo-fascist party Jobbik gained 21% of the vote in national elections, perhaps unsurprising when 3/4 of the population feels that they are worse off than under communist rule. We might be relieved that in Austria the ultra-right Jörg Haider won only 10% of the vote in 2008, were it not for the fact that the Freedom Party, outflanking him from the right, won more than 17%. It is chilling to recall that, in 1928, the Nazis won less than 3% of the vote in Germany. In England, the British National Party and the English Defence League, on the ultra-racist right, are major forces. In Germany, Thilo Sarrazin's book-length lament that immigrants are destroying the country was a runaway bestseller, while Chancellor Angela Merkel, though she condemned the book, declared that multiculturalism had utterly failed. The Turks imported to do the dirty work in Germany are failing to become blonde and blue-eyed true Aryans. Those with a sense of irony may recall that Benjamin Franklin, one of the leading figures of the Enlightenment, warned that the newly liberated colonies should be wary of allowing Germans to immigrate because they were too swarthy, and Swedes as well. Into the 20th century, ludicrous myths of Anglo-Saxon purity were common in the United States, including among presidents and other leading figures. Racism in our literary culture has been a rank obscenity. It has been much easier to eradicate polio than this horrifying plague, which regularly becomes more virulent in times of economic distress. I do not want to end without mentioning another externality that is dismissed in market systems: the fate of the species. Systemic risk in the financial system can be remedied by the taxpayer, but no one will come to the rescue if the environment is destroyed. That it must be destroyed is close to an institutional imperative. Business leaders who are conducting propaganda campaigns to convince the population that anthropogenic global warming is a liberal hoax understand full well how grave is the threat, but they must maximize short-term profit and market share. If they don't, someone else will. This vicious cycle could well turn out to be lethal. To see how grave the danger is, simply have a look at Congress in the United States, propelled into power by business funding and propaganda. Almost all the Republicans are climate deniers. They have already begun to cut funding for measures that might mitigate environmental catastrophe. Worse, some are true believers. Take for example the new head of a subcommittee on the environment who explained that global warming cannot be a problem, because God promised Noah that there will not be another flood. If such things were happening in some small and remote country, we might laugh, but not when they are happening in the richest and most powerful country in the world. And before we laugh, we might also bear in mind that the current economic crisis is traceable in no small measure to the fanatic faith in such dogmas as the efficient market hypothesis, and in general to what Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, 15 years ago, called the religion that markets know best, which prevented the central bank and the economics profession, with a few honorable exceptions, from taking notice of an $8 trillion housing bubble that had no basis at all in economic fundamentals, and that devastated the economy when it burst. All of this, and much more, can proceed as long as the Washer doctrine prevails. As long as the general population is passive, apathetic, and diverted to consumerism or hatred of the vulnerable, then the powerful can do as they please, and those who survive will be left to contemplate the outcome. 5. American decline, causes and consequences. It is a common theme that the United States, which, only a few years ago was hailed to stride the world as a colossus with unparalleled power and unmatched appeal, is in decline, ominously facing the prospect of its final decay. This theme, articulated in the summer 2011 issue of the Journal of the Academy of Political Science, is indeed widely believed, and with some reason, though a number of qualifications are in order. The decline has in fact been underway since the high point of U.S. power shortly after World War II, and the remarkable rhetoric of the decade of triumphalism after the Soviet Union imploded was mostly self-delusion. Furthermore, the commonly drawn corollary that power will shift to China and India is highly dubious. They are poor countries with severe internal problems. The world is surely becoming more diverse, but despite America's decline, in the foreseeable future there is no competitor for global hegemonic power. To recall briefly some of the relevant history, during World War II U.S. planners recognized that the country would emerge from the war in a position of overwhelming power. It is quite clear from the documentary record that President Roosevelt was aiming at United States hegemony in the post-war world, to quote the assessment of diplomatic historian Jeffrey Warner, one of the leading specialists on the topic. Plans were developed, along lines discussed above, for the United States to control what was called a grand area, spanning the globe. These doctrines still prevail, though their reach has declined. The wartime plans, soon to be carefully implemented, were not unrealistic. The United States had long been by far the richest country in the world. The war ended the Great Depression, and American industrial capacity almost quadrupled, while rivals were decimated. At war's end, the United States had half the world's wealth and unmatched security. Each region of the Grand Area was assigned its function within the global system. The ensuing Cold War consisted largely of efforts by the two superpowers to enforce order in their own domains. For the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe; for the United States, most of the world. By 1949, the grand area that the United States planned to control was already seriously eroding, with the loss of China, as it is routinely called. Point 4. The phrase is interesting. One can only lose what one possesses, and it is taken for granted that the United States owns most of the world by right. Shortly after, Southeast Asia began to slip free from Washington's control, leading to horrendous wars in Indochina and huge massacres in Indonesia in 1965 as U.S. dominance was restored. Meanwhile, subversion and massive violence continued elsewhere in an effort to maintain what is called stability. But decline was inevitable, as the industrial world reconstructed itself and decolonization pursued its agonizing course. By 1970, the U.S. share of world wealth had declined to about 25%. The industrial world was becoming tripolar, with major centers in the United States, Europe, and Asia, then Japan, centered and already becoming the globe's most dynamic region. 20 years later, the USSR collapsed. Washington's reaction teaches us a good deal about the reality of the Cold War. The first Bush administration, then in office, immediately declared that its policies would remain essentially unchanged, although with different pretexts. The huge military establishment would be maintained not for defense against the Russians but to confront the technological sophistication of third world powers. Similarly, it would be necessary to maintain the defense industrial base, a euphemism for advanced industry highly reliant on government subsidy and initiative. Intervention forces still had to be aimed at the Middle East, where serious problems could not be laid at the Kremlin's door, contrary to half a century of deceit. It was quietly conceded that the problem had always been radical nationalism, that is, attempts by countries to pursue an independent course in violation of grand area principles. These principles were not to be modified in any fundamental way, as the Clinton Doctrine, under which the United States could unilaterally use military power to further its economic interests, and the global expansion of NATO would soon make clear. There was a period of euphoria after the collapse of the superpower enemy, replete with excited tales about the end of history, and odd acclaim for President Bill Clinton's foreign policy, which had entered a noble phase, with a saintly glow, as for the first time in history a nation would be guided by altruism and dedicated to principles and values. Nothing now stood in the way of an idealistic new world bent on ending inhumanity, which could at last carry forward, unhindered, the emerging international norm of humanitarian intervention. And that's to sample just a few of the impassioned accolades of prominent intellectuals at the time. Not all were so enraptured. The traditional victims, the global South, bitterly condemned the so-called right of humanitarian intervention, recognizing it to be nothing but the old right of imperial domination tricked out in new clothing. Meanwhile, more sober voices among the policy elite at home saw that, for much of the world, the United States was becoming the rogue superpower, the single greatest external threat to their societies, and that the prime rogue state today is the United States, to quote Samuel P. Huntington, Harvard professor of the science of government, and Robert Jervis, president of the American Political Science Association. After George W. Bush took over, increasingly hostile world opinion could scarcely be ignored. In the Arab world in particular, Bush's approval ratings plummeted. Obama has achieved the impressive feat of sinking still lower, down to 5% approval in Egypt and not much higher elsewhere in the region. Meanwhile, decline continued. In the past decade, South America has also been a lost. That is serious enough, as the Nixon administration was planning the destruction of Chilean democracy. The U.S.-backed military coup on the first 9/11 that installed the dictatorship of General Augusto Pinochet. The National Security Council ominously warned that if the United States could not control Latin America, it could not expect to achieve a successful order elsewhere in the world. Far more serious, however, would be moves toward independence in the Middle East, for reasons recognized clearly in early post-World War II planning. A further danger, there might be meaningful moves toward democracy. New York Times executive editor Bill Keller wrote movingly of Washington's yearning to embrace the aspiring Democrats across North Africa and the Middle East. But polls of Arab opinion revealed very clearly that it would be a disaster for Washington if there were steps toward the creation of functioning democracies, where public opinion would influence policy. As we have seen, the Arab population regards the United States as a major threat, and would expel it and its allies from the region if given a choice. While long-standing U.S. policies remain largely stable, with tactical adjustments, under Obama there have been some significant changes. Military analyst Yochi Dreesen and his co-authors observed in The Atlantic that while Bush's policy was to capture and torture suspects, Obama simply assassinates them, rapidly increasing the use of terror weapons, drones, and special forces personnel, many of them assassination teams. Special forces units have been deployed in 147 countries. Now as large as Canada's entire military, these soldiers are, in effect, a private army of the president, a matter discussed in detail by American investigative journalist Nick Turse on the website Tom Dispatch. The team that Obama sent to assassinate Osama bin Laden had already carried out perhaps a dozen similar missions in Pakistan. As these and many other developments illustrate, though U.S. hegemony has declined, its ambition has not. Another common theme, at least among those who are not willfully blind, is that American decline is in no small measure self-inflicted. The comic opera in Washington centering around whether or not to shut down the government, which disgusts the country, a large majority of which thinks that Congress should just be disbanded, and bewilders the world, has few analogues in the annals of parliamentary democracy. The spectacle is even coming to frighten the sponsors of the charade. Corporate powers are now concerned that the extremists they helped put in office may choose to bring down the edifice on which their own wealth and privilege relies, the powerful nanny state that caters to their interests. The eminent American social philosopher John Dewey once described politics as the shadow cast on society by big business, warning that attenuation of the shadow will not change the substance. Since the 1970s, that shadow has become a dark cloud enveloping society and the political system. Corporate power, by now largely made up of financial capital, has reached a point where both political organizations, which by now barely resemble traditional parties, are far to the right of the population on the major issues under debate. For the public, the primary domestic concern is the severe crisis of unemployment. Under prevailing circumstances, that critical problem could have been overcome only by a significant government stimulus, well beyond the one Obama initiated in 2009, which barely matched declines in state and local spending, though it still did probably save millions of jobs. For financial institutions, the primary concern is the deficit. Therefore, only the deficit is under discussion. A large majority of the population, 72%, favor addressing the deficit by taxing the very rich. Cutting health programs is opposed by overwhelming majorities, 69% in the case of Medicaid, 78% for Medicare. The likely outcome is therefore the opposite. Reporting the results of a study of how the public would eliminate the deficit, Stephen Cull, director of the Program for Public Consultation, which conducted the study, writes that, clearly both the administration and the Republican-led House are out of step with the public's values and priorities in regard to the budget. The biggest difference in spending is that the public favored deep cuts in defense spending, while the administration and the House propose modest increases. The public also favored more spending on job training, education, and pollution control than did either the administration or the House. The costs of the Bush-Obama wars in Iraq and Afghanistan are now estimated to run as high as $4.4 trillion, a major victory for Osama bin Laden, whose announced goal was to bankrupt America by drawing it into a trap. The 2011 U.S. military budget, almost matching that of the rest of the world combined, was higher in real, inflation-adjusted, terms than at any time since World War II, and slated go even higher. There is much loose talk about projected cuts, but such reporting fails to mention that if they take place at all, they will be from projected future Pentagon growth rates. The deficit crisis has largely been manufactured as a weapon to destroy hated social programs, on which a large part of the population relies. The highly respected economics correspondent Martin Wolf, of the Financial Times, writes, "It is not that tackling the U.S. fiscal position is urgent. The U.S. is able to borrow on easy terms, with yields on 10-year bonds close to 3%, as the few non-hysterics predicted. The fiscal challenge is long-term, not immediate." Significantly, he adds, the astonishing feature of the federal fiscal position is that revenues are forecast to be a mere 14.4% of GDP in 2011, far below their post-war average of close to 18%. Individual income tax is forecast to be a mere 6.3% of GDP in 2011. This non-American cannot understand what the fuss is about. In 1988, at the end of Ronald Reagan's term, receipts were 18.2% of GDP. Tax revenue has to rise substantially if the deficit is to close. Astonishing indeed, but deficit reduction is the demand of the financial institutions and the super-rich, and in a rapidly declining democracy, that's what counts. Though the deficit crisis has been manufactured for reasons of savage class war, the long-term debt crisis is serious, and has been ever since Ronald Reagan's fiscal irresponsibility turned the United States from the world's leading creditor to the world's leading debtor, tripling the national debt and raising threats to the economy that were rapidly escalated by George W. Bush. For now, however, it is the crisis of unemployment that is the gravest concern. The final compromise on the crisis, or, more accurately, the capitulation to the far right, was the opposite of what the public wanted. Few serious economists would disagree with Harvard economist Lawrence Summers that America's current problem is much more a jobs and growth deficit than an excessive budget deficit, and that the deal reached in Washington to raise the debt limit, though preferable to a highly unlikely default, is likely to cause further harm to a deteriorating economy. Not even mentioned is the possibility, discussed by economist Dean Baker, that the deficit might be eliminated if the dysfunctional privatized healthcare system were replaced by one similar to those in other industrial societies, which have half the per capita costs and at least comparable health outcomes. The financial institutions and the pharmaceutical industry, however, are far too powerful for such options even to be considered, though the thought seems hardly utopian. Off the agenda for similar reasons are other economically sensible options, such as a small financial transactions tax. Meanwhile, new gifts are regularly lavished on Wall Street. The House Committee on Appropriations cut the budget request for the Securities and Exchange Commission, the prime barrier against financial fraud, and Congress wields other weapons in its battle against future generations. In the face of Republican opposition to environmental protection, a major American utility is shelving the nation's most prominent effort to capture carbon dioxide from an existing coal-burning power plant, dealing a severe blow to efforts to rein in emissions responsible for global warming, the New York Times reports. Such self-inflicted blows, while increasingly powerful, are not a recent innovation. They trace back to the 1970s, when the national political economy underwent major transformations, bringing to an end what is commonly called the golden age of state capitalism. Two major elements of this shift were financialization and the offshoring of production, both related to the decline in the rate of profit in manufacturing, and the dismantling of the post-war Bretton Woods system of capital controls and regulated currencies. The ideological triumph of free market doctrines, highly selective as always, administered further blows as these doctrines were translated into deregulation, rules of corporate governance linking huge CEO rewards to short-term profits, and other such policy decisions. The resulting concentration of wealth yielded greater political power, accelerating a vicious cycle that has led to extraordinary wealth for a tiny minority while for the large majority real incomes have virtually stagnated. At the same time, the cost of elections skyrocketed, driving both parties ever deeper into corporate pockets. What remains of political democracy has been further undermined as both parties turn to auctioning off congressional leadership positions. Political economist Thomas Ferguson observes that, uniquely among legislatures in the developed world, U.S. congressional parties now post prices for key slots in the lawmaking process. The legislators who fund the party get the posts, virtually compelling them to become servants of private capital even beyond the norm. The result, Ferguson adds, is that debates rely heavily on the endless repetition of a handful of slogans that have been battle-tested for their appeal to national investor blocs and interest groups that the leadership relies on for resources. The post-Golden Age economy is enacting a nightmare envisaged by the classical economists Adam Smith and David Ricardo. In the past 30 years, the masters of mankind, as Smith called them, have abandoned any sentimental concern for the welfare of their own society. They have instead concentrated on short-term gain and huge bonuses, the country be damned. A graphic illustration is on the front page of the New York Times as I write. Two major stories appear side by side. One discusses how Republicans fervently oppose any deal that involves increased revenues, a euphemism for taxes on the rich. The other is headlined, even marked up, "Luxury goods fly off shelves." This developing picture is aptly described in a brochure for investors produced by Citigroup, the huge bank that is once again feeding at the public trough, as it has done regularly for 30 years in a cycle of risky loans, huge profits, crashes, and bailouts. The bank's analysts describe a world that is dividing into two blocks, the plutonomy and the rest, creating a global society in which growth is powered by the wealthy few and largely consumed by them. Left out of the gains of the plutonomy are the non-rich, the vast majority, now sometimes called the global precariat, the workforce living an unstable and increasingly penurious existence. In the United States, they are subject to growing worker insecurity, the basis for a healthy economy, as Federal Reserve Chair Alan Greenspan explained to Congress while lauding his own skills in economic management. This is the real shift of power in global society. The Citigroup analysts advise investors to focus on the very rich, where the action is. Their plutonomy stock basket, as they call it, has far outperformed the World Index of Developed Markets since 1985, when the Reagan-Thatcher economic programs for enriching the very wealthy were really taking off. Before the 2008 crash for which they were largely responsible, the new post-Golden Age financial institutions had gained startling economic power, more than tripling their share of corporate profits. After the crash, a number of economists began to inquire into their function in purely economic terms. Nobel laureate in economics Robert Solow concludes that their general impact is likely to be negative, because the successes probably add little or nothing to the efficiency of the real economy, while the disasters transfer wealth from taxpayers to financiers. By shredding the remnants of political democracy, these financial institutions lay the basis for carrying the lethal process forward, as long as their victims are willing to suffer in silence. Returning to the common theme that the United States is in decline, ominously facing the prospect of its final decay, while the laments are considerably exaggerated, they contain elements of truth. American power in the world is, indeed, continuing its decline from its early post-World War II peak. While the United States remains the most powerful state in the world, nevertheless, global power is continuing to diversify, and the United States is increasingly unable to impose its will. But decline has many dimensions and complexities. The domestic society is also in decline in significant ways, and what is decline for some may be unimaginable wealth and privilege for others. For the plutonomy, more narrowly, a tiny fraction of it at the upper extreme, privilege and wealth abound, while for the great majority prospects are often gloomy, and many even face problems of survival in a country with unparalleled advantages. 6. Is America over? Some significant anniversaries are solemnly commemorated: Japan's attack on the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, for example. Others are ignored, and we can often learn valuable lessons from them about what is likely to lie ahead. There was no commemoration of the 50th anniversary of President John F. Kennedy's decision to launch the most destructive and murderous act of aggression of the post-World War II period, the invasion of South Vietnam, and later all of Indochina, leaving millions dead and 4 countries devastated, with casualties still mounting from the long-term effects of drenching South Vietnam with some of the most lethal carcinogens known, undertaken to destroy ground cover and food crops. The prime target was South Vietnam. The aggression later spread to North Vietnam, then to the remote peasant society of northern Laos, and finally to rural Cambodia, which was bombed at a stunning level, equivalent to all Allied air operations in the Pacific region during World War II, including the 2 atom bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In this case, National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger's orders were being carried out: anything that flies on anything that moves, an open call for genocide that is rare in the historical record. Little of this is remembered. Most was scarcely known beyond narrow circles of activists. When the invasion was launched 50 years ago, concern was so slight that there were few efforts at justification, hardly more than the president's impassioned plea that, "We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, and if that conspiracy achieved its ends in Laos and Vietnam, the gates will be opened wide." Elsewhere, he warned further that the complacent, the self-indulgent, the soft societies are about to be swept away with the debris of history, and only the strong can possibly survive, in this case reflecting on the failure of U.S. aggression and terror to crush Cuban independence. By the time protest began to mount half a dozen years later, the respected Vietnam specialist and military historian Bernard Fall, no dove, forecast that Vietnam as a cultural and historic entity is threatened with extinction, as the countryside literally dies under the blows of the largest military machine ever unleashed on an area of this size. He was again referring to South Vietnam. When the war ended, 8 horrendous years later, mainstream opinion was divided between those who described the war as a noble cause that could have been won with more dedication and, at the opposite extreme, the critics, for whom it was a mistake that proved too costly. By 1977, President Carter aroused little notice when he explained that we owe Vietnam no debt because the destruction was mutual. There are important lessons in all this for today, even apart from another reminder that only the weak and defeated are called to account for their crimes. One lesson is that to understand what is happening we should attend not only to critical events of the real world, often dismissed from history, but also to what leaders and elite opinion believe, however tinged with fantasy. Another lesson is that alongside the flights of fancy concocted to terrify and mobilize the public, and perhaps believed by some who are trapped in their own rhetoric, there is also geostrategic planning based on principles that are rational and stable over long periods, because they are rooted in stable institutions and their concerns. I will return to that point, only stressing here that the persistent factors in state action are generally well concealed. The Iraq War is an instructive case. It was marketed to a terrified public on the usual grounds of self-defense against an awesome threat to survival. The single question, George W. Bush and Tony Blair declared, was whether Saddam Hussein would end his programs of developing weapons of mass destruction. When the single question received the wrong answer, government rhetoric shifted effortlessly to our yearning for democracy, and educated opinion duly followed course. Later, as the scale of the U.S. defeat in Iraq was becoming difficult to suppress, the government quietly conceded what had been clear all along. In 2007, the administration officially announced that a final settlement must grant the U.S. military bases and the right of combat operations, and must privilege U.S. investors in the country's rich energy system, demands only reluctantly abandoned in the face of Iraqi resistance, and all kept well hidden from the general population. Gauging American decline. With such lessons in mind, it is useful to look at what is highlighted in the major journals of policy and opinion. Let us keep to the most prestigious of the establishment journals, Foreign Affairs. The headline on the cover of the November/December 2011 issue reads in boldface, "Is America over?" The essay motivating this headline calls for a retrenchment in the humanitarian missions abroad that are consuming the country's wealth, so as to arrest the American decline that is a major theme of international affairs discourse, usually accompanied by the corollary that power is shifting to the east, to China and, maybe, India. The two opening commentaries are on Israel-Palestine. The first, by two high Israeli officials, is entitled "The Problem is Palestinian Rejectionism." It asserts that the conflict cannot be resolved because Palestinians refuse to recognize Israel as a Jewish state, thereby conforming to standard diplomatic practice. States are recognized, but not privileged sectors within them. The demand for Palestinian recognition is hardly more than a new device to deter the threat of a political settlement that would undermine Israel's expansionist goals. The opposing position, defended by an American professor, is encapsulated by its heading, "The problem is the occupation." The subtitle of the article is, "How the Occupation is Destroying the Nation." Which nation? Israel, of course. The paired articles appear on the cover under the heading, Israel Under Siege. The January/February 2012 issue features yet another call to bomb Iran before it is too late. Warning of the dangers of deterrence, the author suggests that skeptics of military action fail to appreciate the true danger that a nuclear-armed Iran would pose to U.S. interests in the Middle East and beyond. And their grim forecasts assume that the cure would be worse than the disease, that is, that the consequences of a U.S. assault on Iran would be as bad as or worse than those of Iran achieving its nuclear ambitions. But that is a faulty assumption. The truth is that a military strike intended to destroy Iran's nuclear program, if managed carefully, could spare the region and the world a very real threat and dramatically improve the long-term national security of the United States. Others argue that the costs would be too high, and at the extreme some even point out that such an attack would violate international law, as does the stand of the moderates, who regularly deliver threats of violence, in violation of the UN Charter. Let us review these dominant concerns in turn. American decline is real, though the apocalyptic version of it reflects the familiar ruling class perception that anything short of total control amounts to total disaster. Despite the piteous laments, the United States remains the world's dominant power by a large margin, with no competitor in sight, and not only in the military dimension, in which, of course, the United States reigns supreme. China and India have recorded rapid, though highly inegalitarian, growth, but remain very poor countries, with enormous internal problems not faced by the West. China is the world's major manufacturing center, but largely as an assembly plant for the advanced industrial powers on its periphery and for Western multinationals. That is likely to change over time. Manufacturing regularly provides the basis for innovation, often even breakthroughs, as is now sometimes happening in China. One example that has impressed Western specialists is China's takeover of the growing global solar panel market, not on the basis of cheap labor but by coordinated planning and, increasingly, innovation. But the problems China faces are serious. Some are demographic, as reviewed in Science, the leading U.S. science weekly. Its study shows that mortality sharply decreased in China during the Maoist years, mainly a result of economic development and improvements in education and health services, especially the public hygiene movement that resulted in a sharp drop in mortality from infectious diseases. But this progress ended with the initiation of capitalist reforms 30 years ago, and the death rate has since increased. Furthermore, China's recent economic growth has relied substantially on a demographic bonus, a very large working-age population. But the window for harvesting this bonus may close soon, with a profound impact on development. Excess cheap labor supply, which is one of the major factors driving China's economic miracle, will no longer be available. Demography is only one of many serious problems ahead. And for India, the problems are even more severe. Not all prominent voices foresee American decline. Among international media, there is none more serious and responsible than the Financial Times. It recently devoted a full page to the optimistic expectation that new technology for extracting North American fossil fuels might allow the United States to become energy independent, hence retaining its global hegemony for a century. There is no mention of the kind of world the United States would rule over in this happy event, but not for lack of evidence. At about the same time, the International Energy Agency, IEA, reported that, with rapidly increasing carbon emissions from fossil fuel use, the limit of safety with regard to climate change will be reached by 2017 if the world continues on its present course. The door is closing, the IEA's chief economist said, and very soon it will be closed forever. Shortly before that, the U.S. Department of Energy reported its annual carbon dioxide emissions figures, which jumped by the biggest amount on record, to a level higher than the worst-case scenario anticipated by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. That came as no surprise to many scientists, including the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT's program on climate change, which for years has warned that the IPCC's predictions are too conservative. Such critics of the IPCC predictions receive virtually no public attention. Unlike the fringe climate change denialists who are supported by the corporate sector, along with huge propaganda campaigns that have driven many Americans off the international spectrum, in their dismissal of the threats of climate change. Business support also translates directly into political power. Denialism is part of the catechism that must be intoned by Republican candidates in the farcical election campaigns, now endlessly underway, and in Congress denialists are powerful enough to abort even efforts to inquire into the effects of global warming, let alone do anything serious about it. In brief, American decline can perhaps be stemmed if we abandon hope for decent survival, a prospect that is all too real given the balance of forces in the world. Losing China and Vietnam. Putting such unpleasant thoughts aside, a close look at American decline shows that China indeed plays a large role in it, as has been true for the last 60 years. The decline that now elicits such concern is not a recent phenomenon. It traces back to the end of World War II, when the United States had half the world's wealth and incomparable security and global reach. Planners were naturally well aware of the enormous disparity of power, and intended to keep it that way. The basic viewpoint was outlined with admirable frankness in a major state paper of 1948. The author was one of the architects of the New World Order of the day, the chair of the State Department's policy planning staff, respected statesman and scholar George Kennan, a moderate dove within the planning spectrum. He observed that the central policy goal of the United States should be to maintain the position of disparity that separated our enormous wealth from the poverty of others. To achieve that goal, he advised, we should cease to talk about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization, and must deal in straight power concepts, and not be hampered by idealistic slogans about altruism and world benefaction. Kennan was referring specifically to the situation in Asia, but his observations can be generalized, with exceptions, to participants in the U.S.-run global system. It was well understood, however, that the idealistic slogans were to be displayed prominently when addressing others, including the intellectual classes, who were expected to promulgate them. The plans that Kennan helped formulate and implement took for granted that the United States would control the Western Hemisphere, the Far East, the former British Empire, including the incomparable energy resources of the Middle East, and as much of Eurasia as possible, crucially its commercial and industrial centers. These were not unrealistic objectives, given the distribution of power at that moment. But decline set in at once. In 1949, China declared independence, resulting, in the United States, in bitter recriminations and conflict over who was responsible for that loss. The tacit assumption was that the United States owned China by right, along with most of the rest of the world, much as post-war planners assumed. The loss of China was the first significant step in America's decline. It had major policy consequences. One was the immediate decision to support France's effort to reconquer its former colony of Indochina, so that it, too, would not be lost. Indochina itself was not a major concern, despite claims made by President Eisenhower and others about its rich resources. Rather, the concern was the domino theory. Often ridiculed when dominoes don't fall, it remains a leading principle of policy because it is quite rational. To adopt Henry Kissinger's version, a region that falls out of U.S. control can become a virus that will spread contagion, inducing others to follow the same path. In the case of Vietnam, the concern was that the virus of independent development might infect Indonesia, which really does have rich resources. And that might lead Japan, the superdomino, as it was called by the prominent Asia historian John Dower, to accommodate to an independent Asia, becoming its technological and industrial center in a system that would escape the reach of U.S. power. That would have meant, in effect, that the United States had lost the Pacific phase of World War II, fought to prevent Japan's attempt to establish such a new order in Asia. The way to deal with such a problem is clear: destroy the virus and inoculate those who might be infected. In the case of Vietnam, the rational choice was to destroy any hope of successful independent development and impose brutal dictatorships in the surrounding regions. Those tasks were successfully carried out, though history has its own cunning, and something similar to what was feared has nonetheless since been developing in East Asia, much to Washington's dismay. The most important victory of the Indochina Wars was in 1965, when a U.S. backed military coup in Indonesia led by General Suharto carried out massive crimes that were compared by the CIA to those of Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. The staggering mass slaughter, as the New York Times described it, was reported accurately across the mainstream, and with unrestrained euphoria. It was a gleam of light in Asia, as the noted liberal commentator James Reston wrote in the Times. The coup ended the threat of democracy by demolishing the mass-based political party of the poor, established a dictatorship that went on to compile one of the worst human rights records in the world, and threw the riches of the country open to Western investors. Small wonder that, after many other horrors, including the near-genocidal invasion of East Timor, Suharto was welcomed by the Clinton administration in 1995 as "our kind of guy." Years after the great events of 1965, Kennedy Johnson National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy reflected that it would have been wise to end the Vietnam War at that time, with the virus virtually destroyed and the primary domino solidly in place, buttressed by other U.S.-backed dictatorships throughout the region. Similar procedures have been routinely followed elsewhere. Kissinger was referring specifically to the threat of socialist democracy in Chile, a threat ended on the first 9/11, with the vicious dictatorship of General Pinochet subsequently imposed on the country. Viruses have aroused deep concern elsewhere as well, including the Middle East, where the threat of secular nationalism has often concerned British and U.S. planners, inducing them to support radical Islamic fundamentalism to counter it. The concentration of wealth and American decline. Despite such victories, American decline continued. Around the 1970s, it entered a new phase, conscious self-inflicted decline, as planners both private and state shifted the U.S. economy toward financialization and the offshoring of production, driven in part by the declining rate of profit in domestic manufacturing. These decisions initiated a vicious cycle in which wealth became highly concentrated, dramatically so in the top 0.1% of the population, yielding a concentration of political power, and hence legislation to carry the cycle further, revised taxation and other fiscal policies, deregulation, changes in the rules of corporate governance allowing huge gains for executives, and so on. Meanwhile, for the majority, real wages largely stagnated, and people were able to get by only by sharply increased workloads, far beyond those of Europe, unsustainable debt, and, since the Reagan years, repeated bubbles, creating paper wealth that inevitably disappeared when they burst, after which their perpetrators were often bailed out by the taxpayer. In parallel, the political system has been increasingly shredded as both parties are driven deeper into corporate pockets. With the escalating cost of elections, the Republicans to the level of farce, the Democrats not far behind. A recent book-length study by the Economic Policy Institute, which has been the major source of reputable data on these developments for years, is entitled Failure by Design. The phrase "by design" is accurate, other choices were certainly possible. And as the study points out, the failure is class-based. There is no failure for the designers, far from it. The policies are only a failure for the large majority, the 99%, in the imagery of the Occupy movements, and for the country, which has declined and will continue to do so under these policies. One factor is the offshoring of manufacturing. As the Chinese solar panel example mentioned earlier illustrates, manufacturing capacity provides the basis and stimulus for innovation, leading to higher stages of sophistication in production, design, and invention. Those benefits too are being outsourced, not a problem for the money mandarins who increasingly design policy, but a serious problem for working people and the middle classes, and a real disaster for the most oppressed, African Americans, who have never escaped the legacy of slavery and its ugly aftermath, and whose meager wealth virtually disappeared after the collapse of the housing bubble in 2008, setting off the most recent financial crisis, the worst so far. Stirrings abroad. While conscious, self-inflicted decline went on at home, losses continued to mount elsewhere. In the past decade, for the first time in 500 years, South America has taken successful steps to free itself from Western domination. The region has moved toward integration, and has begun to address some of the terrible internal problems of societies ruled by mostly Europeanized elites, tiny islands of extreme wealth in a sea of misery. These nations have also rid themselves of all U.S. military bases and of International Monetary Fund controls. A newly formed organization, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, includes all countries of the hemisphere apart from the U.S. and Canada. If it actually functions, that will be another step in American decline, in this case in what has always been regarded as the backyard. Even more serious would be the loss of the MENA countries, Middle East/North Africa, which have been regarded by planners since the 1940s as a stupendous source of strategic power, and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. To be sure, if the projections of a century of U.S. energy independence based on North American energy resources turn out to be realistic, the significance of controlling MENA would decline somewhat, though probably not by much. The main concern has always been control more so than access. However, The likely consequences to the planet's equilibrium are so ominous that discussion may be largely an academic exercise. The Arab Spring, another development of historic importance, might portend at least a partial loss of MENA. The United States and its allies have tried hard to prevent that outcome, so far, with considerable success. Their policy toward the popular uprisings has kept closely to the standard guidelines: support the forces most amenable to U.S. influence and control. Favored dictators must be supported as long as they can maintain control, as in the major oil states. When that is no longer possible, discard them and try to restore the old regime as fully as possible, as in Tunisia and Egypt. The general pattern is familiar from elsewhere in the world: Somoza, Marcos, Duvalier, Mobutu, Suharto, and many others. In the case of Libya, the three traditional imperial powers, violating the UN Security Council resolution they had just sponsored, became the air force of the rebels, sharply increasing civilian casualties and creating a humanitarian disaster and political chaos as the country descended into civil war and weapons poured out to jihadis in Western Africa and elsewhere. Israel and the Republican Party. Similar considerations carry over directly to the second major concern addressed in the November/December 2011 issue of Foreign Affairs cited above, the Israel-Palestine conflict. In this arena, the United States' fear of democracy could hardly be more clearly exhibited. In January 2006, an election took place in Palestine, pronounced free and fair by international monitors. The instant reaction of the United States, and, of course, Israel, with Europe following along politely, was to impose harsh penalties on Palestinians for voting the wrong way. That is no innovation. It is quite in keeping with the general principle recognized by mainstream scholarship: the United States supports democracy if, and only if, the outcomes accord with its strategic and economic objectives. The rueful conclusion of neo-Reaganite Thomas Carruthers, the most careful and respected scholarly analyst of democracy promotion initiatives. More broadly, for 40 years the United States has led the rejectionist camp on Israel-Palestine, blocking an international consensus calling for a political settlement on terms too well known to require repetition. The Western mantra is that Israel seeks negotiations without preconditions, while the Palestinians refuse such terms. The opposite is more accurate: the United States and Israel demand strict preconditions, which are, furthermore, designed to ensure that negotiations will lead either to Palestinian capitulation on crucial issues or nowhere. The first precondition is that the negotiations must be supervised by Washington, which makes about as much sense as demanding that Iran supervise the negotiation of Sunni-Shiite conflicts in Iraq. Serious negotiations would have to take place under the auspices of some neutral party, preferably one that commands some international respect, perhaps Brazil. These negotiations would seek to resolve the conflicts between the two antagonists, the United States and Israel on one side, most of the world on the other. The second precondition is that Israel must be free to expand its illegal settlements in the West Bank. Theoretically, the United States opposes these actions, but with a very light tap on the wrist, while continuing to provide economic, diplomatic, and military support. When the United States does have some limited objections, it very easily bars Israel's actions, as in the case of the E1 project linking Greater Jerusalem to the town of Ma'ale Adumim, virtually bisecting the West Bank, a very high priority for Israeli planners across the political spectrum, but one that raised some objections in Washington, so that Israel has had to resort to devious measures to chip away at the project. The pretense of opposition reached the level of farce in February 2011, when Obama vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for implementation of official U.S. policy, and also adding the uncontroversial observation that the settlements themselves are illegal, quite apart from their expansion. Since that time there has been little talk about ending settlement expansion, which continues with studied provocation. Thus, as Israeli and Palestinian representatives prepared to meet in Jordan in January 2011, Israel announced new construction in Pisgat Ze'ev and Har Homa, West Bank areas that it has declared to be within the greatly expanded area of Jerusalem, already annexed, settled, and constructed as Israel's capital, all in violation of direct Security Council orders. Other moves carry forward the grander design of separating whatever West Bank enclaves will be left to Palestinian administration from the cultural, commercial, and political center of Palestinian life in the former Jerusalem. It is understandable that Palestinian rights should be marginalized in U.S. policy and discourse. Palestinians have no wealth or power. They offer virtually nothing to benefit U.S. policy concerns. In fact, they have negative value, as a nuisance that stirs up the Arab street. Israel, in contrast, is a rich society with a sophisticated, largely militarized high-tech industry. For decades, it has been a highly valued military and strategic ally, particularly since 1967, when it performed a great service to the United States and its ally Saudi Arabia by destroying the Nasserite virus, establishing its special relationship with Washington in the form that has persisted since. It is also a growing center for U.S. high-tech investment. In fact, high-tech, and particularly military, industries in the two countries are closely linked. Apart from such elementary considerations of great power politics, there are cultural factors that should not be ignored. Christian Zionism in Britain and the United States long preceded Jewish Zionism, and has been a significant elite phenomenon with clear policy implications, including the Balfour Declaration, which drew from it. When General Edmund Allenby conquered Jerusalem during World War I, he was hailed in the American press as Richard the Lion-Hearted, who had at last won the Crusades and driven the pagans out of the Holy Land. The next step was for the chosen people to return to the land promised to them by the Lord. Articulating a common elite view, President Franklin Roosevelt's Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes, described Jewish colonization of Palestine as an achievement without comparison in the history of the human race. Such attitudes find their place easily within the providentialist doctrines that have been a strong element in popular and elite culture since the country's origins. The belief that God has a plan for the world and the United States is carrying it forward under divine guidance, as articulated by a long list of leading figures. Moreover, evangelical Christianity is a major popular force in the United States. Further toward the extreme, end-times evangelical Christianity also has enormous popular outreach, invigorated by the establishment of Israel in 1948 and revitalized even more by the conquest of the rest of Palestine in 1967, all signs, in this view, that end times and the Second Coming are approaching. These forces have become particularly significant since the Reagan years, as the Republicans have abandoned the pretense of being a political party in the traditional sense, while devoting themselves in virtual lockstep uniformity to servicing a tiny percentage of the super-rich and the corporate sector. However, the small constituency that is primarily served by the reconstructed party cannot provide votes, so they have to turn elsewhere. The only choice is to mobilize social tendencies that have always been present, though rarely as an organized political force, primarily nativists trembling in fear and hatred and religious elements that are extremist by international standards, but not in the United States. One outcome is reverence for alleged biblical prophecies, hence not only support for Israel and its conquests and expansion but a passionate love for Israel. Another core part of the catechism that must be intoned by Republican candidates, with Democrats, again, not too far behind. These factors aside, it should not be forgotten that the Anglosphere, Britain and its offshoots, consists of settler colonial societies, which rose on the ashes of indigenous populations suppressed or virtually exterminated. Past practices must have been basically correct, in the case of the United States, even ordained by divine providence. Accordingly, there is often an intuitive sympathy for the children of Israel when they follow a similar course. But primarily, geostrategic and economic interests prevail, and policy is not graven in stone. The Iranian threat and the nuclear issue. Let us turn finally to the third of the leading issues addressed in the establishment journals cited earlier, the threat of Iran. Among elites and the political class, this is generally taken to be the primary threat to world order, though not among populations. In Europe, polls show that Israel is regarded as the leading threat to peace. In the MENA countries, that status is shared with the United States, to the extent that in Egypt, on the eve of the Tahrir Square uprising, 80% of the population felt that the region would be more secure if Iran had nuclear weapons. The same polls found that only 10% of Egyptians regard Iran as a threat, unlike the ruling dictators, who have their own concerns. In the United States, before the massive propaganda campaigns of the past few years, a majority of the population agreed with most of the world that, as a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Iran has a right to carry out uranium enrichment. Even today, a significant majority favors peaceful means for dealing with Iran. There is even strong opposition to military engagement if Iran and Israel are at war. Only a quarter of Americans regard Iran as an important concern for the United States. But it is not unusual for there to be a gap, often a chasm, dividing public opinion and policy. Why exactly is Iran regarded as such a colossal threat? The question is rarely discussed, but it is not hard to find a serious answer, though not, as usual, in the fevered pronouncements of the political elite. The most authoritative answer is provided by the Pentagon and the intelligence services in their regular reports to Congress on global security, which note that Iran's nuclear program and its willingness to keep open the possibility of developing nuclear weapons is a central part of its deterrent strategy. This survey comes nowhere near being exhaustive, needless to say. Among major topics not addressed is the shift of U.S. military policy toward the Asia-Pacific region, with new additions to the huge military base system underway on Jeju Island off South Korea and in northwest Australia, all elements of the policy of containment of China. Closely related is the issue of U.S. bases in Okinawa, bitterly opposed by the population for many years, and a continual crisis in U.S. Tokyo-Okinawa relations. Revealing how little fundamental assumptions have changed, U.S. strategic analysts describe the result of China's military programs as a classic security dilemma, whereby military programs and national strategies deemed defensive by their planners are viewed as threatening by the other side, writes Paul Godwin of the Foreign Policy Research Institute. The security dilemma arises over control of the seas off China's coasts. The United States regards its policy of controlling these waters as defensive, while China regards it as threatening. Correspondingly, China regards its actions in nearby areas as defensive, while the United States regards them as threatening. No such debate is even imaginable concerning U.S. coastal waters. This classic security dilemma makes sense, again, on the assumption that the United States has a right to control most of the world, and that U.S. security requires something approaching absolute global control. While the principles of imperial domination have undergone little change, our capacity to implement them has markedly declined as power has become more broadly distributed in a diversifying world. The consequences are many. It is, however, important to bear in mind that, unfortunately, none of them lift the two dark clouds that hover over all consideration of global order: nuclear war and environmental catastrophe, both literally threatening the decent survival of the species. Quite the contrary, both threats are ominous and increasing. 7. Magna Carta, its fate, and ours. Down the road only a few generations, the millennium of Magna Carta, one of the great events in the establishment of civil and human rights, will arrive. Whether it will be celebrated, mourned, or ignored is not at all clear. That should be a matter of serious, immediate concern. What we do right now, or fail to do, will determine what kind of world will greet that event. It is not an attractive prospect if present tendencies persist, not least because the Great Charter is being shredded before our eyes. The first scholarly edition of Magna Carta was published by the eminent jurist William Blackstone. It was not an easy task, there was no good text available. As he wrote, the body of the charter has been unfortunately gnawed by rats, a comment that carries grim symbolism today as we take up the task the rats left unfinished. Blackstone's edition, entitled The Great Charter and the Charter of the Forest, actually includes two charters. The first, the Charter of Liberties, is widely recognized to be the foundation of the fundamental rights of the English-speaking peoples, or as Winston Churchill put it, more expansively, the charter of every self-respecting man at any time in any land. Churchill was referring specifically to the reaffirmation of the charter by Parliament in the Petition of Right, imploring King Charles I to recognize that the law is sovereign, not the king. Charles agreed briefly, but soon violated his pledge, setting the stage for the murderous English Civil War. After a bitter conflict between king and parliament, the power of royalty in the person of Charles II was restored. In defeat, Magna Carta was not forgotten. One of the leaders of Parliament, Henry Vane the Younger, was beheaded on the scaffold. He tried to read a speech denouncing the sentence as a violation of Magna Carta but was drowned out by trumpets to ensure that such scandalous words would not be heard by the cheering crowds. His major crime had been to draft a petition calling the people the original of all just power in civil society. Not the king, not even God. That was the position that had been strongly advocated by Roger Williams, the founder of the first free society in what is now the state of Rhode Island. His heretical views influenced Milton and Locke, though Williams went much farther, founding the modern doctrine of separation of church and state, still much contested even in the liberal democracies. As often is the case, apparent defeat nevertheless carried the struggle for freedom and rights forward. Shortly after Vane's execution, King Charles II granted a royal charter to the Rhode Island plantations, declaring that the form of government is democratical, and furthermore that the government could affirm freedom of conscience for papists, atheists, Jews, Turks, even Quakers, one of the most feared and brutalized of the many sects that were appearing in those turbulent days. All of this was astonishing in the climate of the times. A few years later, the Charter of Liberties was enriched by the Habeas Corpus Act of 1679, formally entitled An Act for the Better Securing the Liberty of the Subject, and for Prevention of Imprisonment Beyond the Seas. The U.S. Constitution, borrowing from English common law, affirms that the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, except in case of rebellion or invasion. In a unanimous decision, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the rights guaranteed by this act were considered by the founders of the American Republic as the highest safeguard of liberty. All of these words should resonate today. The Second Charter and the Commons. The significance of the companion charter, the Charter of the Forest, is no less profound and perhaps even more pertinent today, as explored in depth by Peter Linnebaugh in his richly documented and stimulating history of Magna Carta and its later trajectory. The Charter of the Forest demanded protection of the commons from external power. The commons were the source of sustenance for the general population, their fuel, their food, their construction materials, whatever was essential for life. The forest was no primitive wilderness. It had been carefully developed over generations, maintained in common, its riches available to all, and preserved for future generations, practices found today primarily in traditional societies that are under threat throughout the world. The Charter of the Forest imposed limits on privatization. The Robin Hood myths capture the essence of its concerns. It is not too surprising that the popular TV series of the 1950s, The Adventures of Robin Hood, was written anonymously by Hollywood screenwriters blacklisted for leftist convictions. By the 17th century, however, this charter had fallen victim to the rise of the commodity economy and capitalist practice and morality. With the commons no longer protected for cooperative nurturing and use, the rights of the common people were restricted to what could not be privatized, a category that continues to shrink to virtual invisibility. In Bolivia, the attempt to privatize water was, in the end, beaten back by an uprising that brought the indigenous majority to power for the first time in history. The World Bank has ruled that the mining multinational Pacific Rim can proceed with a case against El Salvador for trying to preserve lands and communities from highly destructive gold mining. Environmental constraints threaten to deprive the company of future profits, a crime that can be punished under the rules of the investor rights regime mislabeled as a free trade. And this is only a tiny sample of struggles underway over much of the world, some involving extreme violence, as in the eastern Congo, where millions have been killed in recent years to ensure an ample supply of minerals for cell phones and other uses, and, of course, ample profits. The rise of capitalist practice and morality brought with it a radical revision of how the commons are treated, and also how they are conceived of. The prevailing view today is captured by Garrett Hardin's influential argument that freedom in a commons brings ruin to us all. The famous tragedy of the commons: what is not owned will be destroyed by individual avarice. An international counterpart was the concept of terra nullius, employed to justify the expulsion of indigenous populations in the settler colonial societies of the Anglosphere, or their extermination, as the founding fathers of the American Republic described what they were doing, sometimes with remorse, after the fact. According to this useful doctrine, the Indians had no property rights since they were just wanderers in an untamed wilderness. The hard-working colonists could therefore create value where there was none by turning that same wilderness to commercial use. In reality, the colonists knew better, and there were elaborate procedures of purchase and ratification undertaken by Crown and Parliament, later annulled by force when the evil creatures resisted extermination. The doctrine of terra nullius is often attributed to John Locke, but that is dubious. As a colonial administrator, he understood what was happening, and there is no basis for the attribution in his writings, as contemporary scholarship has shown convincingly, notably the work of the Australian scholar Paul Corcoran. It was in Australia, in fact, that the doctrine has been most brutally employed. The grim forecasts of the tragedy of the commons are not without challenge. The late Elinor Ostrom won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2009 for her work showing the superiority of user-managed fish stocks, pastures, woods, lakes, and groundwater basins. But the conventional doctrine has force if we accept its unstated premise that humans are blindly driven by what American workers, at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, bitterly called the new spirit of the age, gain wealth forgetting all but self. Like peasants and workers in England before them, American workers denounced this new spirit that was being imposed upon them, regarding it as demeaning and destructive, an assault on the very nature of free men and women. And I stress women, among those most active and vocal in condemning the destruction of the rights and dignity of free people by the capitalist industrial system were the factory girls, young women from the farms. They, too, were driven into the regime of supervised and controlled wage labor, which was regarded at the time as different from chattel slavery only in that it was temporary. That stand was considered so natural that it became a slogan of the Republican Party, and a banner under which Northern workers carried arms during the American Civil War. Controlling the desire for democracy. That was 150 years ago, in England, earlier. Huge efforts have been devoted since to inculcating the new spirit of the age. Major industries are devoted to the task, public relations, advertising, and marketing generally, all of which add up to a very large component of the gross domestic product. They are dedicated to what the great political economist Thorstein Veblen called fabricating wants. In the words of business leaders themselves, the task is to direct people to the superficial things of life, like fashionable consumption. That way people can be atomized, separated from one another, seeking personal gain alone, diverted from dangerous efforts to think for themselves and challenge authority. The process of shaping opinions, attitudes, and perceptions was termed the engineering of consent by one of the founders of the modern public relations industry, Edward Bernays. He was a respected Wilson Roosevelt Kennedy progressive, much like his contemporary, journalist Walter Lippmann, the most prominent public intellectual of 20th century America, who praised the manufacture of consent as a new art in the practice of democracy. Both recognize that the public must be put in its place, marginalized and controlled, for its own interest, of course. People were too stupid and ignorant to be allowed to run their own affairs. That task was to be left to the intelligent minority, who must be protected from the trampling and the roar of the bewildered herd, the ignorant and meddlesome outsiders, the rascal multitude, as they were termed by their 17th-century predecessors. The role of the general population was to be as spectators, not participants in action, in a properly functioning democratic society. And the spectators must not be allowed to see too much. President Obama has set new standards in safeguarding this principle. He has, in fact, punished more whistleblowers than all previous presidents combined, a real achievement for an administration that came to office promising transparency. Among the many topics that are not the business of the bewildered herd is foreign affairs. Anyone who has studied declassified secret documents will have discovered that, to a large extent, their classification was meant to protect public officials from public scrutiny. Domestically, the rabble should not hear the advice given by the courts to major corporations, that they should devote some highly visible efforts to good works, so that an aroused public will not discover the enormous benefits provided to them by the nanny state. More generally, the U.S. public should not learn that state policies are overwhelmingly regressive, thus reinforcing and expanding social inequality, though designed in ways that lead people to think that the government helps only the undeserving poor, allowing politicians to mobilize and exploit anti-government rhetoric and values even as they continue to funnel support to their better-off constituents. I'm quoting here from the main establishment journal, Foreign Affairs, not from some radical rag. Over time, as societies became freer and the resort to state violence more constrained, the urge to devise sophisticated methods of control of attitudes and opinion has only grown. It is natural that the immense PR industry should have been created in the freest of societies, the United States and Great Britain. The first modern propaganda agency was the British Department of Information during World War I. Its U.S. counterpart, the Committee on Public Information, was formed by Woodrow Wilson to drive a pacifist population to violent hatred of all things German, with remarkable success. American commercial advertising deeply impressed others. Joseph Goebbels admired it and adapted it to Nazi propaganda, all too successfully. The Bolshevik leaders tried as well, but their efforts were clumsy and ineffective. A primary domestic task has always been to keep the public from our throats, as essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson described the concerns of political leaders when the threat of democracy was becoming harder to suppress in the mid-19th century. More recently, the activism of the 1960s elicited elite concerns about excessive democracy and calls for measures to impose more moderation in democracy. One particular concern was to introduce better controls over the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young, the schools, the universities, and the churches, which were seen as failing that essential task. I'm quoting reactions from the left liberal end of the mainstream ideological spectrum, the liberal internationalists who later staffed the Carter administration and their counterparts in other industrial societies. The right wing was much harsher. One of many manifestations of this urge has been the sharp rise in college tuition. Not on economic grounds, as is easily shown. The device does, however, trap and control young people through debt, often for the rest of their lives, thus contributing to more effective indoctrination. The 3/5 people. Pursuing these important topics further, we see that the destruction of the Charter of the Forest and its obliteration from memory relate rather closely to the continuing efforts to constrain the promise of the Charter of Liberties. The new spirit of the age cannot tolerate the pre-capitalist conception of the forest as the shared endowment of the community at large, cared for communally for its own use and for future generations, and protected from privatization, from transfer to the hands of private power for service to wealth, not needs. Inculcating the new spirit is an essential prerequisite for achieving this end, and for preventing the Charter of Liberties from being misused to enable free citizens to determine their own fate. Popular struggles to bring about a freer and more just society have been resisted by violence and repression and massive efforts to control opinion and attitudes. Over time, however, they have met with considerable success, even though there is a long way to go and there is often regression. The most famous part of the Charter of Liberties is Article 39, which declares that no free man shall be punished in any way, nor will we proceed against or prosecute him, except by the lawful judgment of his peers and by the law of the land. Through many years of struggle, the principle has come to hold more broadly. The U.S. Constitution provides that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, and a speedy and public trial by peers. The basic principle is presumption of innocence, what legal historians describe as the seed of contemporary Anglo-American freedom, referring to Article 39 and with the Nuremberg Tribunal in mind, a particularly American brand of legalism, punishment only for those who could be proved to be guilty through a fair trial with a panoply of procedural protections, even if their guilt for some of the worst crimes in history is not in doubt. The founders, of course, did not intend the term person to apply to all persons. Native Americans were not persons. Their rights were virtually nil. Women were scarcely persons. Wives were understood to be covered under the civil identity of their husbands in much the same way as children were subject to their parents. Blackstone's principles held that the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband, under whose wing, protection, and cover she performs everything. Women are thus the property of their fathers or husbands. This principle remains in force up to very recent years, until a Supreme Court decision of 1975. Women did not even have a legal right to serve on juries. They were not peers. Slaves, of course, were not persons. They were 3/5 human under the Constitution, so as to grant their owners greater voting power. The protection of slavery was no slight concern to the founders. It was one factor that led to the American Revolution. In the 1772 Somerset case, Lord Mansfield determined that slavery is so odious that it could not be tolerated in England, though it continued in British possessions for many years. American slave owners could see the handwriting on the wall if the colonies remained under British rule. And it should be recalled that the slave states, including Virginia, had the greatest power and influence in the colonies. One can easily appreciate Dr. Johnson's famous quip that, "We hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes." Post-Civil War amendments extended the concept of personhood to African Americans, ending slavery, in theory, at least. After about a decade of relative freedom, a condition akin to slavery was reintroduced by a North-South compact permitting the effective criminalization of black life. A black male standing on a street corner could be arrested for vagrancy, or for attempted rape if accused of looking at a white woman the wrong way. And once imprisoned, he had few chances of ever escaping the system of slavery by another name, the term used by then Wall Street Journal bureau chief Douglas Blackman in an arresting study. This new version of the peculiar institution provided much of the basis for the American Industrial Revolution, creating a perfect workforce for the steel industry and mining, along with agricultural production in the famous chain gangs, docile, obedient, disinclined to strike, and with no demand for employers even to sustain their workers, an improvement over the slavery system. The new system lasted in large measure until World War II, when free labor was needed for war production. The post-war boom offered employment. A black man could get a job in a unionized auto plant, earn a decent salary, buy a house, and maybe send his children to college. That lasted for about 20 years, until the 1970s, when the economy was radically redesigned on newly dominant neoliberal principles, with the rapid growth of financialization and the offshoring of production. The black population, now largely superfluous, has been recriminalized. Until Ronald Reagan's presidency, incarceration in the United States was within the spectrum of other industrial societies. By now it is far beyond. It targets primarily black males, but increasingly also black women and Latinos, largely guilty of victimless crimes in the fraudulent drug wars. Meanwhile, the wealth of African American families was virtually obliterated by the latest financial crisis, in no small measure thanks to the criminal behavior of financial institutions, enacted with impunity for the perpetrators, now richer than ever. Looking over the history of African Americans from the first arrival of slaves 400 years ago to the present, it is evident they have enjoyed the status of authentic persons for only a few decades. There is a long way to go to realize the promise of Magna Carta. Sacred persons and undone process. The post-Civil War 14th Amendment granted the rights of persons to former slaves, though mostly in theory. At the same time, it created a new category of persons with rights, corporations. In fact, almost all the cases subsequently brought to the courts under the 14th Amendment had to do with corporate rights, and by a century ago, the courts had determined that these collectivist legal fictions, established and sustained by state power, had the full rights of persons of flesh and blood, in fact, far greater rights, thanks to their scale, their immortality, and the protections of limited liability. The rights of corporations by now far transcend those of mere humans. Under the free trade agreements, the mining company Pacific Rim can, for example, sue El Salvador for seeking to protect its environment. Individuals cannot do the same. General Motors can claim national rights in Mexico. There is no need to dwell on what would happen if a Mexican person demanded national rights in the United States. Domestically, recent Supreme Court rulings greatly enhance the already enormous political power of corporations and the superrich, striking further blows against the tottering relics of functioning political democracy. Meanwhile, Magna Carta is under more direct assault. Recall the Habeas Corpus Act of 1679, which barred imprisonment beyond the seas, and certainly the far more vicious procedure of imprisonment abroad for the purpose of torture, what is now more politely called rendition, as when Tony Blair rendered Libyan dissident Abdul Hakim Belhaj to the mercies of Muammar al-Gaddafi, or when U.S. authorities deported Canadian citizen Mar Arer to his native Syria for imprisonment and torture, only later conceding that there was never any case against him. The same has happened to many others, often transported through Shannon Airport, leading to courageous protests in Ireland. The concept of due process has been extended under the Obama administration's international drone assassination campaign, in a way that makes this core element of the Charter of Liberties, and the Constitution, null and void. The Justice Department explained that the constitutional guarantee of due process, tracing to Magna Carta, is now satisfied by internal deliberations in the executive branch alone. The constitutional lawyer in the White House agreed. King John might have nodded with satisfaction. The issue arose after the presidentially ordered assassination by drone of Anwar al-Awlaki, accused of inciting jihad in speech, writing, and unspecified actions. A headline in the New York Times captured the general elite reaction when he was murdered in a drone attack, along with the usual collateral damage. It read, in part, "The West celebrates a cleric's death." Some eyebrows were lifted, however, because Awlaki was an American citizen, which raised questions about due process, considered irrelevant when non-citizens are murdered at the whim of the chief executive. And now irrelevant for citizens, too, under the Obama administration's due process legal innovations. Presumption of innocence has also been given a new and useful interpretation. As the New York Times later reported, Mr. Obama embraced a disputed method for counting civilian casualties that did little to box him in. It in effect counts all military-age males in a strike zone as combatants, according to several administration officials, unless there is explicit intelligence posthumously proving them innocent. So post-assassination determination of innocence maintains the sacred principle of presumption of innocence. It would be ungracious to recall, as the Times avoids doing in its report, the Geneva Conventions, the foundation of modern humanitarian law, they bar the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. The most famous recent case of executive assassination was that of Osama bin Laden, murdered after he was apprehended by 79 Navy SEALs, defenseless and accompanied only by his wife. Whatever one thinks of him, he was a suspect and nothing more than that. Even the FBI agreed on this point. The celebrations in the United States were overwhelming, but there were a few questions raised about the bland rejection of the principle of presumption of innocence, particularly when trial was hardly impossible. These were met with harsh condemnations. The most interesting was that of a respected left-liberal political commentator, Matthew Iglesias, who explained that one of the main functions of the international institutional order is precisely to legitimate the use of deadly military force by Western powers, so it is amazingly naive to suggest that the United States should obey international law or other conditions that we righteously demand of the weak. Only tactical objections, it seems, can be raised to aggression, assassination, cyberwar, or other actions that the Holy State undertakes in the service of mankind. If the traditional victims see matters somewhat differently, that merely reveals their moral and intellectual backwardness. And the occasional Western critic who fails to comprehend these fundamental truths can be dismissed as silly. Iglesias explains, incidentally, he is referring specifically to me, and I cheerfully confess my guilt. Executive terrorist lists. Perhaps the most striking assault on the foundations of traditional liberties is a little-known case brought to the Supreme Court by the Obama administration, Holder v. Humanitarian Law Project. The project was condemned for providing material assistance to the guerrilla organization Kurdistan Workers' Party, PKK, which has fought for Kurdish rights in Turkey for many years and is listed as a terrorist group by the state executive. The material assistance was legal advice. The wording of the ruling would appear to apply quite broadly, for example, to discussions and research inquiry, even to advice to the PKK to keep to non-violent means. Again, there was a marginal fringe of criticism, but even those critiques generally accepted the legitimacy of the state terrorist list, that is, arbitrary decisions by the executive, with no legal recourse. The record of the terrorist list is of some interest. One of the ugliest examples of the use of the terrorist list has to do with the tortured people of Somalia. Immediately after September 11, the United States closed down the Somali charitable network Al-Barakat on grounds that it was financing terror. This achievement was hailed as one of the great successes of the war on terror. In contrast, Washington's withdrawal of its charges as without merit a year later aroused little notice. Al-Barakat was responsible for about half the $500 million in remittances sent back to Somalia annually, more than Somalia earns from any other economic sector and 10 times the amount of foreign aid it receives, a UN review determined. The charity also ran major businesses in Somalia, all of which were destroyed. The leading academic scholar of Bush's financial war on terror, Ibrahim Ward, concludes that apart from devastating the economy, this frivolous attack on a very fragile society may have played a role in the rise of Islamic fundamentalists, another familiar consequence of the war on terror. The very idea that the state should have the authority to make such judgments unchecked is a serious offense against the Charter of Liberties, as is the fact that it is considered uncontentious. If the Charter's fall from grace continues on the path of the past few years, the future of rights and liberties looks dim. Who will have the last laugh? A few final words on the fate of the Charter of the Forest. Its goal was to protect the source of sustenance for the population, the commons, from external power. In the early days, from royalty, over the years, from enclosures and other forms of privatization by predatory corporations and the state authorities who cooperate with them, which have only accelerated and are properly rewarded. The damage is very broad. If we listen to voices from the global south today, we can learn that the conversion of public goods into private property through the privatization of our otherwise commonly held natural environment is one way neoliberal institutions remove the fragile threads that hold African nations together. Politics today has been reduced to a lucrative venture where one looks out mainly for returns on investment, rather than on what one can contribute to rebuild highly degraded environments, communities, and a nation. This is one of the benefits that structural adjustment programs inflicted on the continent: the enthronement of corruption. I'm quoting Nigerian poet and activist Nimo Bassi, chair of Friends of the Earth International, in his searing exposé of the ravaging of Africa's wealth, To Cook a Continent, which examines the latest phase of the Western torture of Africa. A torture that has always been planned at the highest level, and should be recognized as such. At the end of World War II, the United States held a position of unprecedented global power. Not surprisingly, careful and sophisticated plans were developed for organizing the world. Each region was assigned its function by State Department planners, headed by the distinguished diplomat George Kennan. He determined that the United States had no special interest in Africa, so it should be handed over to Europe to exploit, his word, for its reconstruction. In the light of history, one might have imagined a different relationship between Europe and Africa, but there is no indication that that was ever considered. More recently, the United States has recognized that it, too, must join the game of exploiting Africa, alongside new entrants like China, which is busily at work compiling one of the worst records in destruction of the environment and oppression of hapless victims. It should be unnecessary to dwell on the extreme dangers posed by one central element of the predatory obsessions that are producing calamities all over the world: the reliance on fossil fuels, which courts global disaster, perhaps in the not-too-distant future. Details may be debated, but there is little doubt that the problem is serious, if not awesome, and that the longer we delay in addressing it, the more awful will be the legacy left to generations to come. There are some efforts afoot to face reality, but they are far too minimal. Meanwhile, power concentrations are charging in the opposite direction, led by the richest and most powerful country in world history. Congressional Republicans are dismantling the limited environmental protections initiated by Richard Nixon, who would be something of a dangerous radical in today's political scene. The major business lobbies openly announce their propaganda campaigns to convince the public that there is no need for undue concern, with some effect, as polls show. The media cooperate by barely reporting the increasingly dire climate change forecasts of international agencies, and even the U.S. Department of Energy. The standard presentation is a debate between alarmists and skeptics, on one side virtually all qualified scientists, on the other a few holdouts. Not part of the debate are a very large number of experts, including those in the climate change program at MIT, among others, who criticize the scientific consensus because it is too conservative and cautious, arguing that the truth when it comes to climate change is far more dire. Not surprisingly, the public is confused. In his 2012 State of the Union speech, President Obama hailed the bright prospects of a century of energy self-sufficiency, Thanks to new technologies that permit extraction of hydrocarbons from Canadian tar sands, shale, and other previously inaccessible sources. Others agree. The Financial Times forecasts a century of energy independence for the U.S. Unasked in these optimistic forecasts is the question of what kind of a world will survive the rapacious onslaught. In the lead in confronting the crisis throughout the world are indigenous communities, those who have always upheld the charter of the forests. The strongest stand has been taken by the one country they govern, Bolivia, the poorest country in South America and for centuries, a victim of Western destruction of the rich resources of one of the most advanced of the developed societies in the hemisphere, pre-Columbus. After the ignominious collapse of the Copenhagen Global Climate Change Summit in 2009, Bolivia organized a World Peoples Conference on climate change with 35,000 participants from 140 countries, not just representatives of governments but also members of civil society and activists. It produced a People's Agreement, which called for very sharp reductions in emissions, and a universal declaration on the rights of Mother Earth. Establishing the rights of the planet is a key demand of indigenous communities all over the world. It is ridiculed by sophisticated Westerners, but unless we can acquire some of the indigenous sensibility, they are likely to have the last laugh. A laugh of grim despair.